Check, check, mic check. All right, I'm seeing some green here. Let's get started. Good morning, everyone. So, as you know, we are starting a little bit late today, so let's go straight to the charts and see what we're missing. Hey, Delphine. Good afternoon to you. Let's take a look at today. We have 8:30 a.m. core PPI that already happened. We can see that movement today. We can see our movement upwards to reach the SIBI high, 693.5. Stock trader, good morning, good morning. So today, what do we have today? I'm going to be setting up my other account to trade some crude oil during the 10:30 a.m. inventories, so I need to get that set up. I'll be trading that on a separate account there. Nothing, so that won't be shown, unfortunately, but I will talk through that as I get that set up. So, thank you. Good morning. Good morning. I appreciate it. Just got done eating some breakfast, so made some breakfast pitas with some eggs and kale. Dropped a little bit of ghost pepper hot sauce on that stuff. So, some bacon too. Great day to start the morning. Gotta do it right for the wife, right? So we have FOMC today. So if you've never traded FOMC, generally, you will have a major movement in one particular core direction during the 2 o'clock run. And then at 2:30 p.m., that's when you're going to have a much bigger reaction. That is where you're going to have a larger trade. That's where generally this occurs. When that will happen? Well, you know time, 2 o'clock and 2:30 p.m., roughly. When the algos kick in, they're going to kick in hard. So let's take a look at the charts and see where we have come into play. Okay, so we have our range from Asia, as we can see here. Let me see if I've run that out over time. So I want to run this out until 5 o'clock today. And so now I have my Asia range run out. We've taken some sell side liquidity first. We have not... we have an potential hourly order block here down below. We haven't traded to it, so that leads me to think that we have something similar where we have something like this to be traded to, where we have a buy side imbalance, sell side inefficiency. Now, it's important to note that this here could still be considered during today's FOMC. It is a few hundred points down, but FOMC generally is a fairly volatile movement. So if we do see movement downwards first, I would expect for us to go upwards in the latter half of the move. So let's pull a larger chart over so you can actually see what that might be. So on the 4-hour chart, remember, we came up, broke the intermediate term high. So we have a low, high, lower low, displacement above, movement up, and then we moved down, came back to this bullish breaker, and then headed upwards on the 4-hour chart of all things, right? So currently, we have a prerogative to head into a discount potentially before we see us head into these higher time frame price targets, right? So let's shift these over so we have them all in the right area. We can refer to them appropriately. I think I need to make them a little bit closer, otherwise they won't show up on my lower time frame charts. So on the 4-hour, you can see we've already reached the daily consequent encroachment here. That's something we were targeting yesterday, if you recall. I had drawn that out as a potential draw on liquidity. We have our Asia range here, And from that point onwards, we are looking. We are going to look for continuation. Today is Wednesday, so keep that in mind that today's Wednesday. Let me charge my phone real quick. Oops. Make sure we have that there. So we are on Wednesday, and potentially we know that the beginning of the week started over here, right? So we started with a swing lower. So there's always an open, high, low, close to a week, right? If this week is to expand higher, if we are to expand higher, then we can treat this as the low of the week, and we can think that, hey, this week is primed to expand higher into this area of liquidity. Potentially, once it tackles this daily form of liquidity, we could head back down to this 4-hour fair value gap down here, potentially this short-term low down here, right? So we aren't negligent, or we're cognizant that there are fair value gaps below us, and there are areas of liquidity below us. But that being said, we did see that we took sell side liquidity here, and we are creating further upside movement at this very moment. So we have a weekly bearish order block above us. If we break that, we could potentially head up into this weekly SIBI, which has a consequent encroachment, roughly midpoint here, as well as a monthly bearish order block. So those are where my eyes naturally lead to. If we can get there this week, great. If not, then so be it. But we do have this large fair value gap that FOMC potentially could draw us down into. So if we draw down here, just note that on the 4-hour, this is a fair value gap that's on the hourly chart. Let me cycle through this real quick. Here's my 60-minute chart. So as you recall, we're going to have this here. We're going to refer to this because if we are bullish, we should expect bullish order blocks to retain and remain, be referred to and respected. So with FOMC, we have seen this thing drop hundreds of points potentially. So where it's at right now, 631 down to 500-ish would be 100-some points. But if we are to see this head higher, that's what I would expect. I would expect us to head lower first. Do I think that we'll head back down to this bullish order block? No. I think that we've referred to each of these already, and it's time for us to refer back down to this area. So this is an area I'm really looking forward to taking longs. If we continue forward and have one other scenario is that we respect this monthly intermediate term high. If we take a look at dollar, let's take a look at dollar and see what it's up to. So dollar, the thing that we have to look is, we have to look at dollar on the higher time frame and see, hey, is it more prone? So we can kind of see how we've displaced lower, came back up, bearish breaker here, came back up, returned to that breaker as well, right? And went a little bit above it, but did not quite make it up into this sell side imbalance. So the question here is, does it have enough juice to continue higher first to head into this weekly sell side imbalance before continuing lower to take out sell side liquidity here, followed by a weekly imbalance down here? That is the core question. Does dollar show me that it wants to head higher first? Dollar up would mean indices down, right? So does it want to show us that, or does it want to show us a behavior where we head downwards first and then we continue to shoot up, potentially aiming for this low and this weekly imbalance here? Right now, it's in the middle of this dealing range, and we did not reach this weekly imbalance here. So that leads me to believe that it didn't have enough strength to head back up there. What does that mean? That means markets go up for a little while because indices are inversely correlated. Now on the monthly chart, we did reach into this SIBI and are heading down in the month. We've started a new month, of course, and we have some room above us. So we also see that there's an inversion fair value gap right here on the monthly. So I would assume that we can trade potentially up to this and then head lower if we can't break higher here. Overall on the monthly, we've created higher lows, higher lows, higher lows. So inevitably at some point, we're going to probably go back and target these highs eventually. I don't know when, but depending on what happens here, just depends on what happens in the market. If we get no rate increase, there's a high likelihood dollar down and markets up. So FOMC is going to be really crucial because we have an interest rate announcement today. So that is what I see on dollar and how that might impact our charts here. So let me take this off. Need to get my other set up. See what happened on oil. Move some of the stuff here, don't need it. Okay, let's see. Oil. Let's not roll over those contracts yet. Okay, here we go. Okay. So far, nothing crazy on the charts here. Let's roll this out a little bit so we can see the 1 minute candles a little bit clearer. 15-minute doesn't really help you to see this far down, but FOMC could certainly spike you down there. So we'll keep this in mind so you can see this price swing a little bit easier. And actually, we will expand this to go all the way to Asia, because it doesn't help if you can't see the fact that there's a bullish order block here on the 15-minute and a buy side imbalance over here as well. And a discount, of course. Let me look and see if there's anything on the 4-hour here. Nothing really on the 4-hour until we get further down into this area here. So I'd be curious to see throughout the morning if at open we head down into this buy side imbalance. I would like to take that up to potentially the potentially daily BISI high. I would like for us to see that happen. That would be ideal if we could get that to happen. I don't know if we will, but we certainly could. This I should probably drag out to 5 o'clock today. And this should be low. This will look a little bit better once I do this. And then this daily short-term high, that can stay. In fact, that's already been referred to, so I may not even need that at this time. This was a bullish order block. So I can remove this and I can replace it with a sell side liquidity here. So hourly, we want to mark this as a low, 16396.50. We see that as a potential swing low. Not potential, it is a swing low that we must refer to as well. We'll ride that out to 5 o'clock p.m. today. If this tape reading is valuable to you to take a look at different markets, definitely show me some love and drop a like on the channel. If there's anything I can do better for you, let me know. But this is what we'll do each day. Let's take a look at the higher time frame yields. Actually, Treasury notes. Treasury note prices are heading higher. There's no divergence on those yet. Yields, we saw a divergence of yields back on the 6th, and yields have been kind of up and down at the same time, overall heading down. So there's no change to the higher highs or lower highs, sorry. But we are starting to see potentially a shift in yields heading higher when they were heading lower for a while. So that leads me to believe that we're starting to get into a point where we could see indices priming for the next accumulation to reverse. That is a possibility. So let's take a look at the daily charts, see if there's any SMT divergence. As we expected, S&P is rising and it's almost to the point where it's a higher high. NASDAQ itself is still higher high, and actually if we look at Dow, it's definitely created a higher high. On the shorter time frame, it's still lower high to higher high, lower high to higher high, lower high to higher high. So all three are in concert. All three are in concert. And if S&P continues to rise, it will continue to stay in concert, where we end up having a higher high. So no daily SMT divergence just yet. We will continue to monitor this over the course of time. Let's take a look at real-time hour charts. Okay, so real-time hour charts. We see nothing more than continuation. Price head down to a bullish order block here at 9:30, then heads upwards, heads down to a buy side imbalance, then heads upwards. Takes yesterday at 9:30 a.m. we headed downwards, took out a little tiny fair value gap there, and then headed upwards. And now with price action yesterday at 12:15, we can see that we headed down into that into this bullish order block here, and coincidentally have begun to move higher. Now, what does that mean for us? Well, what that means is that we, on the real-time hour chart, currently price is roughly, if we look at price back here, we can see price is at 16,626. So it's roughly around here, this whole area, just above here. So we're opening up with a gap higher, right? A true liquidity void come 9:30 a.m. So for that reason, I would like for us to see this closed. So this is where I want to have some of those pink lines, if you remember. See if I have that here. Real-time hour chart. This close was 16,577.25. So this is a hack for everyone who wants a clearer vision of what is happening here. Let me see if I can make this slightly different color. That way I know which one's the higher one, which one's the lower one. So we can kind of see how we have price roughly up here over on this side. You can see how price is moving. I'm going to watch this to see if we end up taking out this fair value gap first, or if we just continue higher. Note that the Asian range is above us here, so I'd be curious to see if we end up coming down into that 15-minute fair value gap. That would bring us into the mid-range, well, the upper range of this real-time hour gap, right? Oops, I lost the window. Where's that window? There it is. So I'm wondering if we end up coming down into this segment here, into this segment when we open, and head into the Asian range midpoint there. Let's mark out the consequent encroachment of this Asian range as well. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Hopefully this is helpful. So we care to mark out the entire midpoint area of this, which happens to be 16603.75. I'm going to keep that on this charts until 5 o'clock p.m. today, and we'll mark that as a consequent encroachment. So we have that midpoint here. We want to see if price respects this fair value gap. If not, we want to see price respect the midpoint of the Asian range. Okay. Anatoly, good morning. Good morning. Good to see you, brother. Hope you are having a good time. Let me get my contracts set up before we get started here. And we will see if we can get that movement down here. 925, we're heading down into fair value gap. We'll wait to see what happens during this. I want to see if we get a reaction here or not. Dollar is moving up for the time being. Is it Manka or is it You'll have to help me pronounce that one. Good to see you, brother. Salute. So we're at this 15-minute buy-side imbalance now. So I'm looking on the lower time frames to see if there's evidence of us retracing and heading higher or not before we open here. I'm looking for displacement higher, really big displacement higher, not little candles like we are having here. Because if we only see little candles, then we can certainly drop back down. Okay, so if we drop below this buy-side imbalance, consequent encroachment of the Asia range is what we're looking for next. Sadar, good to see you, brother. Thanks for joining. Good afternoon. First time joined live with me? Well, we are going through and reading the tape. We are using ICT, Inner Circle Trader Concepts. I am by no means an expert, and I am not, as a disclaimer, please do not follow any of my advice. I am not licensed by the CFTC. You cannot take trades and you can and will lose money if you take trades based off of this stream. This stream is 20 seconds delayed, so you will be late anyways to anything that we take. Okay, so so just, you know, if you take a trade, make sure it's your trade, your model, your decisioning to push the button. Don't let me influence you, but I will read the tape. Okay, so we've reached the Asia range here. We've headed to the bottom of that buy side imbalance. Have not closed below it on the 1 minute time frame yet. So we are watching to see if we get displacement on the lower time frame. I'm looking at a 5-second chart on the side. You don't have to, but I am. So right now, that was a good swing. We have relative equal lows down here at the midpoint here, so it would be feasible for us to take that. There's a bullish order block on the 5-minute chart here that we could potentially also bounce from. No evidence yet. We haven't seen displacement. Let's wait for 9:30 a.m. open, okay? And we will use a low amount of contracts to trade. So we are heading lower. Let's keep an eye out for the midpoint of this range here. And keep in mind the real-time hour chart. We're going to open up right around here. Where's my real-time hour chart? Need to move it. So I'll keep this on here until we open, right when we open, so you can see where price opens is roughly around here. About 37 seconds until open. So we're gonna see we're gonna be opening up with a real-time hour gap to the downside, below our Asia range. And so what's below our Asia range? Well, we also have a buy-side imbalance here as well. Okay, so about 17 seconds remaining. Seven seconds remaining, and we will open up roughly around here. All right, so we opened up. We tried to head up first. We're seeing displacement higher briefly. I'll take a long here. I don't know if this will stick though, so be careful. This could drop lower. I'm okay with being stopped out here. If we get stopped out, then that's understandable because there's a gap beneath us. So far, we're holding this buy-side imbalance. We'll move our stop to in profit here. We want to take one off. Take one off at 16,629. Let's see. We'll get it. Okay, one's off there. We can move our stop loss up to just beneath the daily imbalance there. And we will let our trade up to our terminus, which is 30 handles, or get stopped out on balance in profit of all that. So okay, so we got stopped out there. That's okay. We raised our stop. We knew that was our trade. That's all right. We wanted to see that occur. So I'm going to shift over to a different account now. Don't need to trade that same account. So hopefully this has helped you in live reading the tape here. On the real-time hours, we are just ripping upwards. Okay, so what do we have here? We are seeing a continuation higher. Bullish order blocks will likely be traded too. And so what's our next draw on liquidity here? Oh, if I could, 16,693 could be our next draw on liquidity. But we'll see if we get up there or not. We'll see if we get up there. Right now, we're watching to see if we continue. We came down into a buy-side imbalance on the lower time frame. If we drop beneath this short-term low here. I may close the trade out, but for the time being, it is looking okay. We need this to stay here and accumulate. Otherwise, we are heading lower, at least for a bit. So let's see how this price stabilizes here. We've gone up quite a bit, so there's no reason for it to head higher. We're keeping it. Okay, we're gonna close out here. It did take sell stops there. I think it has a little bit of room to head lower, but we don't want to risk it, right? So the next, we see a 1 minute fair value gap down here. There isn't, this is only a 1 minute fair value gap. There's not technically a reason for us to head down there, but it could just to take sell stops there. Good morning, Ray. Good morning, Hamza. I would like for us to see that taken. It came down into a bullish order block just now. I would like for us to head into this 1 minute fair value gap before we would do anything else. I want to see us break down into that first before we head higher, if we're going to head higher. If it doesn't reach that sell side and buy side imbalance and it just starts to break higher, then there's going to be continuation there. We went down into a bullish order block there and have risen since then. Okay, so we can keep our stop loss down here and add, if it returns back down to this segment here, I will add one more. If it breaks up, I will add one more at this bullish order block's consequent encroachment here. Oh, that didn't go, did it? It's pyramid, one more there. Pyramid, another. As I see price come back down to bullish order blocks, I see bullish order blocks supported, so I'm okay with this. We're seeing price continue upwards for the time being. What time of day is it? It's still 9:30, so we can still see price drop here, but we can see the price is waning a little bit, but we haven't reached our upside objective just yet. So we'll let this accumulate a bit here. We can raise our stops now if we want to, but we'll keep them down here for the time being. So we're seeing price continue to be respected to the top side. Let's raise our stop to be in profit now. We can get stopped out here still. That's very, very aggressive stop running. If there's another, this would be another segment to pyramid is where I would consider it. 925 inversion fair value gap. 925. This one here, Delphine. Yeah, good call. That was a good IVFG play. Inversion fair value gap play. Okay, so we might get stopped out here because we raised our stop too quickly, but we have risen quite a bit. Keep that in mind. Where can we reach to next, right? So on the daily, let me show you something here. On the daily, we have this fair value gap here, right? If we take a look at the 75% mark, that would make us around 16,658. So I'll make that available on all charts so that you can see that. But what does that mean? That means 16,658 would be our take profit level. Actually, let's take 2, sell 2 at that level, and you can kind of see this swing grade there. 16658.25 is our next swing grade level. And we should hit that and see a bit of a retracement there. I don't know how much, but that was what I would expect us to be able to take 2 off at that level. And raise our stop a bit. Let me see. Let me make sure I got the level correctly. I might have might be a little bit lower. Okay. 16,658 should be that level indeed. So I think we'll still hit that. But I am ready to close if we see a major drop because I don't want to lose out here. I'm still seeing, actually, let me shift my stop to go back to where it was because I think it can come down all the way there. I think it can come down all the way up to this point. Just below this point is where I want to take this. I'll add here. It came down to a bullish order block there. It has potential to head back down once more on the 1 minute time frame, but we're keeping this in mind. I don't think that we've achieved our objective just yet, so I want to add one more at the top of this bullish order block. And then, of course, if we get stopped out, then we get stopped out. So that was I was looking at the 1 minute time frame. My stop loss was a little bit too aggressive, considering there's a fair value gap right here. And actually, right now it still is quite aggressive. But this being a order block, a bullish order block, I would expect, if we are truly bullish, I would expect this to be respected here, at least the 50% mark. This mark here, I would expect to be respected there. I'm looking on the 5 minute though. We have quite a bit of room to drop as well if we are to drop. So be careful. Ja Digital, thank you. Let's go. But ultimately, we are on Wednesday. We are in the middle of the week, and our weekly expansion would lead us to believe that we'll head up to the top of the daily buy side imbalance, or sell side imbalance, sorry. So 16,658. We will take a third off there as well. So now we start to get in a little bit of trouble here. As we get to 940, price could head back to a larger fair value gap. Now, we want to see our midpoint hit, of course, but obviously if we get stopped out, then it is what it is. We'll find the next trade. So it doesn't look like we supported there. Let's see if we get one more run up, or if this is a reversal where we break down below short-term lows and head into that fair value gap. So that 1 minute fair value gap, I'm really keeping a close eye on. We don't want it to trade down to that and through that. We want it to keep respecting this 1 minute buy side imbalance here. So those are good reactions. We want to see that. We want to continue to see that, but we are seeing some sell-off right now. So there's a chance that we reverse here. If the 5-minute candle closes above here, then we should be set to continue. If not, then so be it. But this is my line in the sand is at that midpoint, this consequent encroachment of this bullish order block. That's my line in the sand, roughly around here. And looking at the 5-minute, I actually see room to head even lower. So what I don't want is oh, okay, so we got taken out there. That's fine. We can re-enter. We just we went down into a discount area there. I will re-enter, and I will keep my stop below the midpoint of this 5-minute fair value gap. If we head lower below that, then we are in reversal territory. So right now I'm looking to accumulate here. We'll continue to accumulate until we see otherwise. We do see that that buy side imbalance down here. That is something that we can definitely come back down into. So we are weary of that. We're keeping our eyes on that. So we want to maintain our position that we are headed higher. We are expanding higher this week. Let me see what dollar's doing. So dollar is on our tear to the upside. So, but it's reaching a mitigation block right now. So I want to be positioned if we come back down into that 1 minute. I'll set a limit buy here. Technically, my stop loss needs to be below that fair value gap. That would be ideal. Waiting to enter at this fair value gap would have been a little bit smarter to do. But that's fine. There are sell side below this short-term low. So I imagine we'll probably attack that. I would prefer us attacking that rather. So dollar still on the rise. Nice rip there. So we should head down into that buy side imbalance. And we will add one at the consequent encroachment. When we head down there, we should be able to pick up a few more. Don't you dare do that. Oh no. I had mine at the tick. It came down to the tick there. Okay, there we go. So the question is do we see purchasing here? Do we see immediate reaction from here? If we do, then that's what we want to see. If we don't, then we might see a continuation. So either way, we're positioned here. We'll continue to add if we hit the midpoint there. Obviously, if it heads any lower than this fair value gap, we are potentially heading lower for the day. So that, yep. And if we are heading lower, then we have our hourly discount SIBI here that we could refer to. We have the range, the short-term low below here we could refer to. And yeah, I think that could be, we could creep all the way down there. If we get stopped out, that's fine. We'll wait for a much higher time frame confluence there for us to be able to take that further. Does hurt a little bit, but it's okay. We can make that back. Okay, so we're seeing some movement here. Do I see a market structure shift just yet? Not yet. 15-minute equal lows. Yes, that's true. There are equal lows below here. So, and with dollar heading up though, I want to see on the lower time frames if we see displacement higher yet. So far, I haven't seen displacement higher. So I'm going to wait for the time being, and then I'll go back in if I see displacement here. It went to the Asia high and bounced off of that. So I need to see if we see displacement higher first before I take any more longs. So we had a pretty good reaction at that 75% mark, that swing grade on the daily. It was a pretty good reaction there. Not gonna lie, I'm a little disappointed that that did not take profit off of mine. It actually stopped a few ticks below. So I am fully anticipate we'll head back up there at some point today though. Just need to see whether we see displacement here or if we are consolidating. So here we go. We see a little bit of movement here. So we'll re-enter. I'm looking at a lower time frame, by the way. My stop will be a very tight stop here. Weekly bearish order block where it turned. There was a weekly bearish order block there? Might have missed it. Okay, so we're going to get stopped out once more because it does not look like it's going to reverse anytime soon. That was not a displacement, and I had read that incorrectly. It's very heavy here. Fill, and it went into the weekly bearish order block where it turned. Let me take a look at the weekly chart. Oh, yes, that's true. Yep. Weekly bearish order block there. It was close. Yeah, I actually did go into the weekly bearish order block. I had the base of the candle, not the low of the candle marked, so good call there. I probably should have marked the low of that candle there. Seeing some accumulation here. But we're also seeing protection at the Asia range low so far. Let's see. Time of day, 9:52. And we're seeing accumulation here. I need to see evidence. I need to see evidence of displacement here soon. Okay, that's good. I want to see displacement above that candle. Early entry here. Add more at that return to fair value gap. That might not have been displacement. I might have been mistaken there. Let me see. We might just be destined to get chopped out today. Down to a lower time frame volume imbalance. And then it's rejected there. Okay. Looking at a lower time frame right now to see sellers in control right now. I'm still from a hourly perspective, I'm really curious to see what happens if we drop below Asia range or if we stay above it is the key. Do I trade post FOMC? Yes, absolutely we do. Absolutely. It is FOMC is a trade that occurs relatively consistently, and it is a worthwhile one to take. This kind of stuff, you know, it's not really fun to trade in right now because we can always break lower. Get out from the buy, wait a bit. Yeah, probably should. If we get stopped out a third time, then yeah, of course we'll wait for the lower time frame hourly sell side or buy side imbalance to come into effect. Right now we are seeing accumulation here. We need to see how price reacts here. Do we respect the consequent encroachment of the Asia range, or do we blast through it heading downwards to take out these relative equal lows that Phil mentioned earlier? They're very smooth here, so I would venture to say we're probably going to go take these out, and then that will be the next level I look for. If we take that out and immediately reject, then that's good. If we take that out and head lower, well, chances are we're going to head down to this area here. Okay. So now we wait. We have a lot of consolidation in this segment here. We need to see if we see evidence of true displacement here. We haven't seen it yet, so all my entries way too early, and these are likely to get stopped out until we get like true displacement higher. Asia, London flat, usually end up seeking destroy. Yeah, probably. Yeah, Alex, good call. I'll wait a little bit. So we need to see if this consequent encroachment gets respected here. So far, we're not seeing anything but displacement lower for the time being. So I think that heading towards these short-term lows down here is probably the likely move. And good call. Good call. I think it was Phil that called that earlier. Should have watched out for that. I let my bias get the best of me, and so be it. So we are seeing a drop below Asia low. We saw some movement quickly at the Asia low. My question would be, do we end up coming down to take these out? We're seeing a bit of displacement. I haven't seen it go above a short-term high yet on the lower time frame, but if it does, then I'll take a retracement back to the upside if we can see true displacement to the upside here. So far, I haven't seen it yet. I haven't seen a short-term low, a short-term high be violated. So I would like for us to head up to here if we're gonna be able to take this any higher. So we took out sell stops there. Right here, we took out sell stops there. We took out sell stops there. So if we start to see displacement higher, then I will consider re-entering long. But we're not seeing true displacement higher, so I'm going to wait a bit. I need to see, where are we positioned for oil? On the weekly, we've dropped below the weekly sell side imbalance. Oil's not really moving, but we did see a little bullish breaker occur at the low there. So nothing happening right now at this moment. We will continue to wait. See what's happening on oil. Oil, we will wait until 10:30, I believe, is crude oil inventories. Generally, if those are good numbers, meaning we have more supply, oil will head down. And so we see we continue to consolidate within this area. Let's wait to see if anything forms for us. We did take sell side right here and right here. We took out sell side. A third push lower would be really nice, I think. So we came back down to a lower time frame fair value gap and bullish order block there and the midpoint of Asia range. So if we hold this and see displacement higher, that will be my cue that we will have a little bit of a turnaround here. Let me see what dollar's doing. Dollar dropped a bit. Is on the rise again on a new 15-minute candle. Nothing but accumulation here, folks. And if there's nothing that forms before 11 o'clock, we're going to be done for the day until 2 o'clock and 2:30 p.m. I will continue recording here, but I will not take a trade from that point onwards throughout the afternoon because of the fact that it is FOMC. So today I let my bullish bias get the best of me, especially since price stopped just a couple of ticks below my price target there, 16,657.25, when this level here was 16,658. Okay, continued accumulation there. We see the 5-minute and 15-minute candles are respecting the consequent encroachment of Asia range. So if we see this head upwards in some form of displacement, then I like that it's holding the midpoint of this Asia range. I really like that. London consolidated as well, so roughly this is the midpoint. It can be used just as good of an excuse to keep this here. Dollar reached a sell side imbalance and is heading lower slightly for the time being. And I need to check one thing. Check and see if I have any calls today. Bet to harm long, Johnny, which means it would be a selling day. Perhaps. But keep in mind on our weekly, the weekly candle has had a low and it's expanded upwards, right? So I am not by any means bearish yet. We have hit some key monthly levels, but flow is situated currently to the upside. Okay, so this is what I wanted to see, but I want to see a little bit more action here. I want to see a larger displacement than what I just saw now. Okay, good. We will buy 5 there. We'll buy 5 there as well. And we'll keep our stop below the midpoint of this consequent encroachment here. Okay. Now, I want to see, where does my chart tell me next? I want to exit there. I want 5 to come off here. And we will let it ride. Let's see how price delivers here. Price can come down to this bullish order block here. Can continue to consolidate potentially. But we don't want it to come below the midpoint of this Asia range. I like that it supported it there. I really do. Giving us some more opportunities there to parlay and add in. Phoenix, good morning. Hope you're doing well, brother. Okay, so there are some sell side imbalances that we want to be considerate of. We want to potentially take some off the table when we reach this segment. And we should be able to de-risk ourselves here. So we want to make sure we are taking profit at key levels there and letting the rest ride as needed. We'll let this continue. Once we see it rise above that short-term high, we'll raise our stops to the 2 stops below, basically. We need to see it rise above 16,622. Okay, good. So we can raise our stops a bit. And actually, on the 1 minute, you can see that we came down into a volume imbalance. Oops, what did I do there? You can see we came down into a volume imbalance here, so we have no more need to revisit that volume imbalance. Okay, so we rose above there as well. We can put our stop in profit without fear that it will head down there anymore. So we'll give ourselves roughly 1 point to cover costs if it does come back down there. I would be surprised, but we don't actually. You know what? We'll keep good stop management for the time being here. We won't move our stop further, but we will expand this so you can see a little bit more of the price here. So there's no fair value gaps below here. So the midpoint of this wick is what we would watch next. And what we can do, I will move this into profit because we can get this is so this trade is fully de-risked now. There is a little bit of a chance it can head down here and stop us out, but we aren't gonna really bother ourselves with that. If it does that, then it's gonna head lower. But we want to see at least a return to this sell side imbalance. Now, one thing this can turn into up here, this can turn into a inversion fair value gap. So we want to be taking profit off before then. We do see that we've reached a sell side imbalance up here as well. And that is a little bit concerning, but not too concerning yet because that's in a discount area. So this one was in a discount SIBI. We can certainly head downwards because there's still a fair value gap to reach to, but we've already taken out sell stops, and what is left remaining, well, there's imbalances to the upside. There's imbalances from where we took price this morning. So there's lots of stuff that remains as an imbalance. So we need to see how price reacts here. We would like to see it trade above and then treat this like an inversion fair value gap. We'd like to see price close on the 1 minute above this level. So now we can raise our, now that price reached above the previous short-term high, I'm going to move my stop up just a smidgen below a lower time frame buy side imbalance. You can't see it on this chart, but there's a tiny one on the 5-second chart. So we're seeing us go above here. We want to see us candle close and leverage that as one of our inversion fair value gaps. We'll take 5 off at this level because this is a sell side imbalance, and then we will hike our stop up quite a bit to beneath this consequent encroachment of this bullish order block. Which would be roughly 16621 is where we would want to raise our stop loss just below. We've respected this consequent encroachment here. So and we came back down into this bullish order block, treated this as an inversion fair value gap so far, and we want to see continued price to the move to the upside. So now I can move my stop to the midpoint of that bullish order block here. I'll keep that to the left so you see what I'm referring to here. So we want to see this react off of that as an inversion fair value gap all the way up to our take profit level. And then we want to be careful and see what happens at this inversion fair value gap to the downside. So price could head all the way up into this sell side imbalance, and we could treat that as a potential area to to potentially a reverse there. So we're keeping an eye out that. We're going to take our first profit once it hits 16,632. We see these being respected here. So far, these bullish order blocks remain respected, except for not now, apparently. Right when I say that, it stops respecting it. So yeah, we don't want to see this inversion fair value gap fail here. We want to see it taken and immediately bounced off. We want to see that type of reaction. We don't want to see us continue to dig into it like we are now, because there's a chance that it's going to reverse if that happens here. So we want to keep seeing signatures like this where we are buying off of these inversion fair value gaps where price is balanced here. We did reach a 5-minute sell side imbalance earlier, and within the 15-minute we're still within a really tight range. Hourly candle, you can kind of see we're still moving upwards in general, but we're not seeing market movement yet. Dollar itself is moving higher too, so that's concerning. If our stops us out at 10 points, then so be it. We will take that loss because we do not want it to go lower than the 50% mark here. We want it to stay above this 50% mark of this bullish order block here. In fact, we don't even want it to go below this inversion fair value gap because there's a high likelihood it's going to fail and head lower and take us out. So it has gone down into that bullish order block and closed below the midpoint of it. So that's concerning to me for any upside for the time being. Although it looks like it did just tip to tip there. And if this continues, then we missed it and we got stopped out just to be taken higher. But closing below that didn't make me feel super comfortable. But let's see if price rockets from here, you know? Let's see if I was wrong. Ultimately, I'm still bullish in general, but with this positioning, it's a little bit difficult because I was positioned far better. Right now, if I enter, there's a little bit too much risk involved. Okay, so it has remained above here so far. What do my higher time frames say? Hourly is not extremely helpful. What does the 4-hour chart say? 4-hour chart still has us in expansion. Another few hours. We came back down to Asia high and we're still in midst expansion here. An hourly perspective, this is where we're at in the market. Let me go to that daily so we can move. There we go. Now we can see the actual numbers. Okay. Let's let this accumulate here. And we will re-enter. So we have a full position here. Let's take 10 off up here. And we will watch this and monitor. So we don't want to see this react off of that inversion fair value gap. We want to see a bust through and then a continuation. We want to treat this as if we had a market maker buy model here, where we have accumulation, 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 distribution, or rather distribution, distribution, accumulation, accumulation. That's what we want to see. Noting price action for now. Good job, Kirk. Keep it up. Cross fingers. So had we not trailed our stop loss so tight, we would have been able to weather that run up and we would have been fine. But it is what it is, you know. What time of day is it? It's about 10:20. That was a pretty big reaction there. And I think that was meant to get some of the longs out. But let's see. right. So that scared a lot of longs out there. People who trailed up too quickly got stopped out there. Now we should be able to leave our stop loss there and check to see if we make it above this level. We could see this used as an inversion fair value gap on the upside. There also is one right beneath us here. This is a sell side imbalance I'll put on the screen that we're inside of right now, and a previous buy side imbalance that we're also into. So it's a very precarious situation here because we are inside of a sell side imbalance while also inside a inversion fair value gap from earlier. So if this reverses, then it can and will reverse. If it can push above, then so be it. I would not want us to head any lower than a consequent encroachment of this wick here. I wouldn't want us to head lower than that. If we see that, then I'll close out. Four-hour chart still running strong. The sell side imbalance seems to be holding pretty well. And we'll see if we get completely wrecked on this. That's a pretty large sell-off there. But it keeps on being bought back up for some reason. Our hourly accumulation areas are holding pretty tightly. Of course. And we got stopped out there. That's a lot of selling right there. I mean, we kind of expected that potentially could happen, right? So let's wait for a discount on this. We see that the 5 minutes approaching and discount area. So let's wait and see if we see that respected right there. So 5 minute, we went back down to a 5 minute fair value gap or an imbalance there. Well, let's see. And we are in premium after all, so going long is a little bit lower probability here. Will this rise up? Is being sold into quite well. now that we've gone and headed to that balance, if the next time we travel to it, very good likelihood we'll end up heading to the short-term highs instead, if we can head up that way, of course. So I need to see if there's going to be evidence here that will respect that 5-minute fair value gap. If so, I need to see some movement above that 5-minute fair value gap. That's our hourly chart, by the way. I'm still not seeing the displacement that I would like to see yet. Oh, whoops, I forgot to do something here. 10:30. So I'm going to take a look at some oil trades over on the other side here while we wait for price to make a decision. Okay. Try once more. All right, 10:30. We have oil moving upward. What is oil doing on a lower time frame? CL. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. I want to go back to micro NASDAQ. Oops. Go to CL on this one. Okay, let's go back to E-mini, or sorry, to NASDAQ. Where are we right now? We can probably keep that there for the time being. And let's see. Came back down to a bullish order block. Add more there. A little bit late on that. And then we'll sell 5 more when we get up here. So we don't want to move our stop loss here, but we also are weary that this can't continue back up. It's showing difficulty rather heading back upwards. So wow, that is very slightly surprising. Looks like we are offsides. Our oil trade is also offsides. And man, I thought I was I was thinking that we'd be able to build the position there. But does not look like pre-FOMC we will get that position here. So we'll wait for the 2:30 p.m. trade now. And we are off. Does look like it came down, took out stops, and headed down into that buy side imbalance that we had down below. On that 5-minute, it headed back down into that to take up some more orders. And this is seek and destroy, as somebody had mentioned before in the past. On the oil side, still doing okay. Price is holding around this area. It's currently within an old new week opening gap, and we've got still holding and accumulating here. So not too much action on the day's oil inventories. Usually you get a little bit better price action on oil inventories, but not today, it looks like. We are heading a little bit lower on oil as well. And we've gone back to a consolidation in oil. As we speak, so does not look like it wants to head any higher than it has. It took out buy stops, so likely it's going to head down to take out sell stops now. Let's see. Oh, looks like it came and stopped out again. So, well, that is life sometimes. Stop was a little bit, did not respect the ability to go down and grab. Oh, that's really unfortunate. Let me see. Sorry, I missed the chat. Boom, got it. Had mess partials. Crap, something happened. All out green. This guy went to 20 micros again. Yeah. Yeah, hope you'll take a break. Fiasco, Tabasco, nice candle. Order out. Choppy accumulation. Consolidation until the next macro. Yeah, looks like it. That's 1, 2, 3 times that it got taken out there. So, it does look like the hourly candle has breached the previous hourly candle body. And if it runs away, well, that is what it is at the end of the day. 1037. Let me see what's going on here. Nothing major over here. Let me see on the higher time frames. Do we see anything? Not really. Oil's in the middle ground, so we're going to leave that be right now. It looks like they were able to take out a fairly large position there, and now they'll probably run it higher. So we will hold off on that one. So we took out sell stops there. We had relative equal lows. Those got taken out. So I should have waited for those relative equal lows to be taken out before taking a position. That would have been a nice little turtle soup there for about 20 points. And now the buy side has been taken as well. So what remains next? So we're digging into this sell side imbalance. We got stopped out a few times, and now would be the prime time for us to run it higher, as they got a lot of good stops out there. That was a good change in delivery there. It'll be interesting to see if they drop this down or if they treat this as a mitigation block, these highs here. And that would also be treating the midpoint of that sell side imbalance as an inversion fair value gap. Meanwhile, I need to sign in to get some of my stuff figured out here. Refresh. Oil is ranging right now, so nothing to be taken there. Okay. Leave that up there for the time being. RG, hi Johnny, would you mind making some kind of note somewhere on the screen where you put in text that gives the user more context, bias, what's next, what are we waiting for? Yeah, good point. I could definitely do that. All right, so it's a little tougher with this type of price action, but on the higher time frames, we always keep this in mind. So these key levels, those are what I'm aiming for. Usually I talk through those in pre-market prep. The daily SIBI high was what I was aiming for. My entries have been less than ideal, so I've gotten stopped out twice, and then of course it runs after I get stopped out. But that's also because I had maybe less than ideal stops as well. So that's something that I'll have to work on. Here we see we're heading upwards. So this 25%, so this is a swing grade. This area is the next area of draw because there's buy stops up here. Time of day, it's 10:42 a.m. 10:42 a.m. specifically before FOMC. So this is where I see us drawing to next. I want to be cognizant of not putting too much text here, but I can do something like this on the lower time frame here. So right now these entries aren't fantastic, but I think that we have seen that we are respecting this bullish order block here. We'll take a small entry if it gets back down there. take a small entry, much lower risk here. Again, don't take my entries as well. Make sure that if you are entering that you see something. I'm entering off of this bullish order block here. I still think the draw is up here near these relative equal highs. And in fact, I can, let's sell one when we get there. Today. So that bullish order block has not been, these have not been quite respected. So I'm imagining we're going to head down to this fair value gap. Maybe it heads down and take out this short-term low as well, and then it's another seek and destroy. So we wanted to make sure we are limiting our risk here. We're keeping it low. At most, we will add one more at the base here, at the midpoint of this fair value gap on the 1 minute chart. And if that one gets stopped out below the fair value gap candle there, then so be it. But we actually want to only let go of one up here. And then our higher target is the daily imbalance, of course. So we'll have to rebuild again with lower leverage here. Doesn't look like we'll get this buy order here. Oil is not moving. Whoa. Need to manage this trade here. Take one off there. Okay. Oil, I think, is still heading upwards. Got stopped out on really bad trades, Kevin. Yep. Bias was correct, but incorrect in terms of watching market structure occur before entering. So this would have been a perfect turtle soup to enter on. I did not wait for that. I was trying to get in on attempts of this fair value gap here. Had I kept my original position and not moved it up, I would have been completely fine. Okay, so we'll maintain this stop here. We do anticipate one being removed at these, at around this level here, which would be a rejection block. Okay, so we see we are continuing to bounce off of that inversion fair value gap. And let's see, what is oil at? Oil is still doing okay. That's fine. We expect that to happen. That is a green trade so far. Let's see. Let me check something on my phone real quick. Getting a call right now. Okay, there we go. All right. Let's go back here. We got into the computer here. All right, so looks like our trade, we entered in a premium. That was probably a bad move, right? So the good thing is that we are using low leverage. Now, where could we head down to? This fair value gap down here. Let me remove some of these other ones here for the time being. These can stay, that's fine. So this fair value gap is in a discount of the current dealing range. So we could head down to there. We have our stops below that point. So if we do end up seeing movement down there, that's what I would like to see next. We unfortunately have to go back down to lower leverage because we got stopped out a couple of times in that range. Each of the times we got stopped out on our sell stops, which were roughly 5-6 points down, I would say. Kevin, you're chasing now, Johnny. I think so. Right now, my main draw on liquidity is still to the upside. Regardless, the delivery of it might require some retracements here. So, for instance, I would add a buy here in the midpoint of this imbalance here. I could very well see that occurring. I will add one as well at the top of that fair value gap. And we will move our stop to beneath the candle of that fair value gap. So if we head down to that, we can get stopped out, yes, and that's totally understandable here. So what we don't want to do is we don't want to see that fair value gap crushed completely, right? We want to see us come down, take that out, and continue higher. So our draw, again, is to the upside. We have not hit that 25% swing and the top of that daily SIBI high. So this 16693 has always been our draw on liquidity on the higher time frame charts, which we talk about at the very beginning of our stream. So that I still think that we'll be trying to draw to take out these sell stops, but unfortunately we are at 1052. So we could come back down, take out this short-term low here. And we want to see if our play turns out. We see a discount buy side imbalance here, and we want to take those trades, and assuming that our bias to the upside, which has proven to be true throughout the day on the higher time frame charts. So if you take a look at the 4-hour charts, that still remains to be seen. We can still see that expansion on a Wednesday is still the area where we want to be in. And I'm okay with these. If these get stopped out, that's totally fine by me. That is what it is. I need to just make sure that my entries are key entries, that I'm looking for discount entries like I did just now. If price reverses on me and heads lower, then totally understandable, right? we'll sell one more around here. And to be fair, our stop really should be below the low of this candle here, because there's this fair value gap. The short-term low beneath it should be where a safer stop should be. Ultimately, I think ICT also manages the stops by the consequent encroachment of a large wick. So we can do that as well on the daily chart. Let's see, 10 minutes till 11 a.m. Traders, yep, definitely true. Let's see, are you not affected by the price shouting in the chat? Yeah, so I think that you can choose to be affected by that or not. Obviously, it can affect you if you let it. We're seeing price disrespect all of those areas here now. We need to see it close above this for it to not go lower here. So, Inevo, as long as you are trading setups that you see, like for instance, all my setups early in the day, had I just not moved my stops, I would have been fine. Had I just not moved my stops from the earlier time frame, they would have been totally, entirely fine, and they would have paid out quite well. So the trades themselves, the concepts are good. The execution needs better execution, basically. So right now we see prices heading towards that short-term low here. It's heading back to, let's make this a little bit wider here. We see that we took there's a rejection block here, so if this continues lower, it's going to potentially take this short-term low out here, and that's where my stop should be. I'm keeping it at the consequent encroachment there, but that's where my stop should be, at the low of that short-term low, because there's liquidity below there, right? There's people that have their stops who went long. There's people who have their stops right beneath there. Typically we've seen turtle soups taken to the sell side today. It wouldn't be far-fetched for us to also consider that another turtle soup could happen here. Looking at the lower time frame charts, let's take a look here. We see some movement back to the upside here, and we see a lower time frame move, so we can add one more contract here. And we need to see how price reacts here. So that type of impulse is really good. We like to see that. We want to see how price can continue, if it's reached enough of a discount to continue higher, if it is just going up to take a bearish order block out and to continue lower. That could be the case here. We do see that over the course of these past couple of price runs, bearish order blocks have been taken out. On the higher time frame, I'm still looking at the 4-hour candle, which has 3 more hours to go on it. Daily candle, thinking about weekly expansion as well. So all these concepts I'm keeping in mind in the event that we are able to continue. Now, this type of rejection from this bearish order block, that is not what we want to see. We want to see price push through this whole segment and then head higher. We are within this consolidation area still. Like, this whole area can serve as a core consolidation, with terminus being the high side of that. The hourly candle has a couple of minutes to close, so we need to see, does it close within the same bandwidth of the previous hourly candle, or do we close with price closing above here, indicating that we might be able to head a little bit higher. Real-time hour charts pretty much show that we headed down into a bullish order block on the 15-minute and are continuing to rise off of that order block. So that is something to consider as well. The hourly has about a minute and a half. If this continues to draw down, then we're going to be, then we likely are just going to consolidate until the afternoon FOMC call. Likely, there's not going to be a huge range expansion this late in the day. There's a high likelihood that this is going to find its consolidation range and consolidate for the afternoon. So 2 o'clock p.m. is really the key now. FOMC speech, right? So over on FOMC, give me a second here. Need to manage my oil trade. Let me see. 18. $17, $16. Actually, that oil trade's going fine. I have another oil trade going on that I'm managing. So, okay. So outside of this, right? We see that we've kind of like treated this as a balanced range now. We would like to see this trade above and then use this as an inversion fair value gap, or rather a regular fair value gap, really, not an inversion fair value gap. But the trouble is that we have respected this inversion fair value gap for the most part. We know that there's some other ones above here, like up here, there's this inversion fair value gap. Let's remove this just for the sake of cleaner charts here. So what do we have? Buy side is sitting above here. We don't have any sort of, like, we can kind of treat this as an imbalance up here. Wicks are treated as gaps, right? So for the time being, we have movement upwards. We're seeing some displacement higher. Not much, but enough to keep us within this range, basically. And so I still think that we'll head higher, but as we get closer and closer to 2 p.m., the chances of us moving anywhere drastically reduce, right? It drastically becomes smaller. Okay, so we're now reaching back up into, we took out, we can kind of see on our 5-minute chart, we see bearish order block, propulsion block. Now we should see this head up and aim for our rejection block, which is this item up here. This whole area is a rejection block, hence why I set 2 out of the 5 there. Actually, I want to take maybe 1 more off when it gets up there, but we'll take 1 profit when it hits this buy stop as well. And so far you can kind of see how it's constricting. This range is constricting, so there's no guarantee it's going to get up to even this buy stop. It could head lower here. So in actuality, we want, even though our stop, oops, I didn't mean to click on that. Yeah, we can kind of see this constricting as we get closer and closer to FOMC. And this is what you're going to see, right? There's not going to be a ton of profit taken. Chances are we're just going to stay in range. So if you purchase, if you are able to buy within the range, then you might have a shot of taking profit at certain peaks and troughs. But outside of that, it's going to be quite difficult. Honestly, if this thing gives me a little bit more green here, then I might just close out of the trade and wait for 2 o'clock p.m. and make everything back. So let me see something here. Need to set this up real quick. Oil trade is still going. That's good. We'll let that go to its balance. 92 is a good level. Okay, I need to mark previous week. Previous week, what was happening? Johnny out 2 days. Give me a moment here, folks. Need to submit a couple of things. But did I take meetings is the question. Okay, submit. 12:10, that's this week. Need to open up this guy. All right, let's see what's going on here. We are drawing back down, it looks like, into that sell side or buy side imbalance from before. And we can actually, it's been traded to and through a bit, so we don't need to refer to that. It might head for these short-term lows and stop us out again. That would be typical seek and destroy, right? So we will let it do its thing. The sell side does seem to be quite faster than the buy side, right? So now it's reaching for sell stops here. And it could take out both sell stops here. Let's see. Those are pretty heavy candles there. And that, my friends, is a clinic on why you don't enter on premium, because you have no shot when during situations like these. You will always achieve drawdown if that happens. So in consolidation, it looks like the only things worth trading are turtle soups, evidenced by price action right this moment. And it went to take out my stops there. And we'll re-enter on that turtle soup there with a stop beneath this low here. But this time we are gonna keep our price targets a little bit more conservative to hit some base hits here. So full stop. We'll do a full stop target out here. So sell side just got taken. If it continues down below that candle, it's probably going to head to a short-term low as well as those monthly, the 15-minute relative equal lows if we head down there. We can still set our goal to be here. We just want to take 3 off here. So there's not immediate reaction at this level. So chances are we're gonna head lower just because there's not really much of a reaction right at this level. There's not like immediate feedback that we're on side. Well, now we do, but this could flip at a dime. So we're gonna choke up and get stopped out in profit if it heads back down there. And we'll just wait. We'll just wait to watch. Let's see. You would want a note, ROPTL, agree with RG, a note on the top left where your hourly chart would make sense to post a notice, bias narrative, up, down, day, strategy model. So we would like that on the hourly chart. Okay. Sounds good. We can do that. Let me see if I can state this. Something like this. Daily target is 16693.5 SIBI high. 1 day SIBI high. And let's see if I can do Alt Enter on this. Oh, maybe Shift Enter. We are looking for buys below 12 a.m. Eastern time for buy side. And then, oops, why didn't that work? For buys below 12 a.m. Eastern and FOMC 2:30 p.m. FOMC seek the opposite of the 2 p.m. play. I guess at 2:30. Opposite move of the 2 p.m. Eastern move. Let's try that out. So something like that, ROPTL, where I can kind of have a daily bias there. And, oh, it looks like we got stopped out again. Yep. That happens. We do see that, you know, buy stops, you know, sell stops got taken there, then buy stops got taken there, then sell stops got taken again there, then these buy stops got taken, and now these sell stops got taken there too. So seek and destroy typically before FOMC, and does show that typically turtle soups are the only ones that will make it during this consolidation type time. So really the goal for today was to trade the 2:30 p.m. Time frame. We did have earlier trades that were in the correct bias direction, but they were improper in terms of their stop loss placement, so they got stopped out. Different background would help. Let's see. Maybe if I can do like what happens if I do a white background? Let me see if I can do. What does this do? Oh, that didn't help. Let's try black outline. I wish I could make this stay in front. Font, width, color area front, auto scale, size, family. Okay, I can't make this like come out in front of everything else, can I? Properties? Nope. So maybe like something like this. Yeah, I'll try. I'll play around with that, Rob Tail. That's a really good suggestion, though. Appreciate that. Kevin, take too many trades. Johnny, slow down. Yeah, it is. It is something that I need to wrestle with for sure. Fortunately, that is not the big account. On days like these, I'm not going to trade the main big account. Looks like on oil, that dropped down a little bit here. Display continues to head down into fair value gap territory and is rebalancing. Okay, no major plays on oil right now. So price has been in this seek and destroy pattern right now, so we just need to wait for 230. Yes, different background would help. 618, 623. This note will keep yourself accountable, and you'll notice when you deviate from your original strategy. Absolutely. Absolutely. Let's see. Haven't had a chance to look at ES yet. ES does seem to be rising as well. Let me see if I can get a chart of ES over here. Let me duplicate this tab. And then let's remove the linkage. No linkage, and let's look at ES. So E-mini is approaching its high in June and July. I think in the previous contract, in the December contract, it's already made it there. Let me see what's going on here. Oh boy. Let's see. Do I need to join this meeting? I don't think so. I gotta take care of one quick thing here, team. Give me 1 second here. December 6th. LP trades, try to tell you walk time. Yeah, that to I think the core thing today was kind of tilting was that my initial entries from the Asia price range after today's initial run, those were actually quite good entries. Had I held them this time, they would have still been profitable. But again, quite difficult, right? We were fortunate to get a good trade off in the morning at Bell. And from there, it's been really just a consolidating kind of day. I mean, if you look at that, this whole segment here has pretty much dealt within this dealing range this whole time. No expansion, consolidation, stop hunts as well, even now. So, yeah, I mean, we'll wait for the 2:30 p.m. session, and that's going to be where the major run is going to be. We should be able to make back what we lost today, but that does not merit entering and exiting and being stopped out, that doesn't merit the behavior that occurred this morning, right? Yes, I have had big runs like this before in the other direction, but yeah, like LP Trade says, sometimes we all need to break to decompress. Um, I think that the good thing is here with these kinds of losses, they don't phase me as much, but they should. They do not phase me as much because I know I can find the next trade. I know I've been able to find the next trade, and so with that kind of comes a bit of confidence there. And that account is still fine. There's still about 1,000 left in drawdown that I'll be able to work with. That can be handled within a week's time frame. Yanevo, you have good knowledge and understanding of strategy. Looks like the mental part needs catching up. Yep. Trading live is really stressful. Big ups to you for that. I appreciate that, Yanevo. Trading live is different, but it does point out a lot of the chinks in my game, though. And I think that it's important for people to see that, because they know that I'm not perfect. Yes, I have good trades, but until I get to that point where I start to, there will be a point where it just, you get over the edge, very disciplined, very key, very successful. There will be that point, but we'll definitely be working on that every single day until we get there. Let's see, Raptiel, pull up the NASDAQ chart and look at the higher time frame draw on the weekly chart. Yes, so we do that typically the day before, and the morning of is more so on that day what kind of price action will happen. So every day at 9:30 p.m. we do a market review, every weekday, and then on Sundays we do a weekly, like a longer time frame review. So each day, right now, we have a weekly draw on liquidity that's above us. You can't see it on this chart, but there's a weekly sell side imbalance that's above us and a weekly bearish order block that we haven't traded to yet. So those are key items that we are looking towards. And then in addition to that, we just had moved on the, let me get rid of this thing. So on the daily chart, we just got past a monthly intermediate term high, right? So this thing here. So could this completely head all the way back down? Yeah, absolutely. So we need to really keep that in mind as well. We're keeping all these items in mind because they are relevant, and they are definitely relevant to what price is doing, what price could do, where it could go, and we'll go from there. They should come back on paper this afternoon, or even better, and don't trade, because the scary thing is if you win, you will never learn. That's true, LP. Remember yesterday when I asked you if you got rewarded for bad behavior? Today went exactly like yesterday with your 20 micro positions. That's true. Yeah, that's really true. Sticking with lower positions is really key to limit drawdown so you don't have days like this. The little win that we had in the other account doesn't really make up for it. So give me one moment. I need to take care of this item here. Let's see. Make sure price is kind of just consolidating right this moment, so it's okay. Let's give it a rest for now. Wait it out. Wait for that 2 p.m. time frame. Okay. Let's see. We are heading back to that Asia range. So see how important that Asian range is? We drew that out over time. That's that very, very light pink box with the midpoint put in place. So we drew that out as well. will be interesting to see if this heads lower first. So remember when we first started the day, we had mentioned that during FOMC, we would like to see if price heads down into this bullish order block here, followed by this buy side imbalance. So if price heads down there first, and that would be supported with dollar moving upwards. Right now, dollar is just consolidating. So if we get dollar to move up first, there would be movement lower to take out that area of liquidity. Then we'd have to see if it takes this one out too. At 2:30, if we head down here at 2 o'clock, then at 2:30, I could see us either treating this as a bounce point or potentially heading down here, taking sell stops, and then heading upwards. I would prefer using this buy side imbalance. So that will be the next trade that we're looking for. Okay. Let me take care of this real quick. See, we're headed to the midpoint of the Asia range now. This is really scrunched up here. Sorry about that. See a little bit more of the hourly range there. Four-minute, 10:04 BISI. Keep in mind there is this relative equal low down here. I guess technically we should put that there, but we do have this relative equal low to be considered as well. Somebody had mentioned that earlier today. I agree with them. These are relative equal lows, and they likely will get handled at some point. So far, we haven't dropped too far below the Asia range, so this is one of the first times that we've seen movement down below. But clearly, buy side, we were offside in the morning. And we see here a new day opening gap is right around the low end. Roughly the close here was 16,598. The open was 16,597. So that's roughly just below Asia range is our new day opening gap. So it can head down there still. Okay. Let's see. So let's let it hit this range. It's already 11:30. So nothing more to do. No buttons. No buttons will be pressed until the 2 o'clock to 2:30 time frame. We'll watch and see how price action just piddles around the middle here while I write up something that I need to send to my team real quick. Let's see. Okay. Oil has come back down to its bullish order blocks and has been respecting that for the most part. The greater move was in the London time frame and has been a continuation in New York as well. Let's see what we have here. ROPTL, one thing that will help you with rejection block is this. Rejection block might have the same function as taking out liquidity. Why in these market environments you do not see equal lows and highs being taken out, but only the rejection block will get engaged and price will reverse from there on. Really important point. Yeah, let's take a look at some of those, what ROPTL is talking about here. So each one of these is a rejection block here. Kind of see that rejection block on the 5-minute time frame. It's quite easy to see them. There's a lot more examples of it. So here's another one where price trades down below it. Now this one traded quite a bit down below that, but price continues to trade up here, trades up to this rejection block as well, and then turtle soups it down. And then what happens here? Well, we have us trading below there as well. So yeah, lots of good rejection block trades during consolidation. I'll remember that for future, that we probably need to look for rejection blocks instead of short-term highs and short-term lows, especially during consolidation. And maybe, and that kind of goes alongside with one of ICT's lessons. He gives you the order of which PD arrays to go for first. And rejection blocks are before old wick highs and old wick lows, followed by order blocks before that, fair value gaps before that, liquidity voids, breakers, and mitigation blocks first and foremost. So if you don't see, for example, on this way up, we had taken out a fair value gap. That's one of the first ones there, right? Here's actually an example on the 1-minute time frame. When we hit a low here, we took out a short-term low. Boom. Low, high, lower, low. Displacement higher. Came back down into this breaker here. Mitigation. Breaker in itself is a mitigation block, but we came down to this breaker. We touched it. Continued higher. Looking for areas of liquidity. Well, here's a fair value gap. We touched it. Didn't see a lot of movement from it. Continued up into this fair value gap. Saw a little bit more sell off from there. Short-term low, rejection block taken there. Price heads up, takes out these relative equal lows, and then heads higher to take out these relative equal highs, followed by the rest of this fair value gap here. So it balanced and imbalance. Heading higher, there was nothing left to be taken. We were waiting for it to return back to this sell side, buy side imbalance. It ends up taking out this area here. There's this sell side imbalance here, and then comes back down from there. Market structure shifts slightly. Fair value gap heads down. takes this rejection block out, but does not take out any short-term lows here. Retraces, optimal trade entry, and heads lower. So lots of good examples there for sure. Have to keep in mind that not every wick is a rejection block. Like, not every down close candle is a bullish order block. Yep, absolutely. That's true. That's true. Should be key higher time frame rejection blocks, so we want to refer to these on the hourly especially. Good, all good points, all excellent points. Let's see. Okay, let's see. I think they'll survive without me there. Okay, let's take a look and see what's going on. Dollar is still consolidating, so nothing there. And yeah, there's not going to be anything happening until 2 o'clock now. Lunch will just consolidate. It'll stick around in this range up until that point in time, and then we'll see some fireworks for FOMC. Let me do one more thing as well. Interestingly enough, we take a look at that cyan line. That's the open at 12 a.m. Eastern time. So had we focused solely on buys below that point in time, that would have saved us a lot of pain and trouble. That would have greatly saved us a lot of pain and trouble, in fact. So that's another thing that I want to incorporate into the game, is really paying attention to the 12 a.m. open, New York Open. I'm amazed by how much that would have saved. Wow, it's crazy. I think I'll be adding that to the model. I hadn't been incorporating that, so that's something I want to add to the model. Probability reviews. Okay, let me add this as well. All right, let's see. Bentahar, add Asian session high on low and midnight open level. That would be really helpful. Yep, absolutely. So Asians high and low are right here. Asian midnight opening is right here. If we are long, then below this point is where we would like to take longs. If we are short, but above this midnight open is where we'd like to take short. Where we think the weekly expansion will take us is kind of key there, right? We've gone up for 2 days straight. So there's a small chance that now, it being Wednesday, that either the high of the week has formed or the low of the week had formed at the beginning of the week. So that there's, I think, a 70% chance that the higher or low of the week has been formed. With the FOMC week, we have to see, because FOMC can run some pretty interesting amount of miles, amount of pips in one direction or the other, and actually both typically. So we will capitalize upon that during FOMC though, and you'll see how some of those trades will end up panning out. At 2:30 p.m., that's a higher probability trade as you start looking for evidence of reversal in movement from a key intermediate term low or high. So, lots of good stuff to journal about today. In fact, I'm going to, I'll probably start to craft some notes for myself here. Let's see. Bentahar, the turtle soup shows us that we have a bullish New York session. I think we are the optimal trade entry on the midnight level. What do you think? We should wait, given where we're at today specifically. For any other day, I would say yes, this would be a good area for us to consider starting to leg into longs. But because it's FOMC, all we're going to see from now until 2 o'clock is a relatively tightening consolidation zone. Can you trade it? Yes. If you trade the absolute highs and the absolute lows, but it should see to that we consolidate for the rest of this afternoon. Going into around 2 o'clock is when we'll start to see some volatility, and 2:30 p.m. onwards, we need to look for evidence. It doesn't happen at 2:30 sometimes. It happens at 2:40 or 2:45. But we need to start to see evidence of reversal, and then that will end up taking us in the complete opposite direction of the first FOMC move. I am no longer going to trade until we hit that 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock time frame. There are instances where at 2 o'clock, between 2 o'clock and 2:30, you'll see multiple moves. So one thing you just have to keep in mind is that whatever the first move is, that's probably going to be faded. And then whatever the following move after that would be the real big move. You might see some spikes in one direction or the other, so you might want to look at a higher time frame in order to see what happened at previous FOMCs. So November 1st was the last one. Which data's on this? So for instance, let's take a look. Let's take a trip down memory lane, okay? Last one was November 1st. This is what, October? Is this November? November 1st. So, let me see. So we kind of see how November 1st, yes, there's a spike up, but in general, we headed lower and then we rocketed up the rest of the time, right? Let's go to September 20th. September 20th, right? This was a little bit of a nothing burger here, because right at this time, price ended up going lower and then heading higher. Now, this is weird too because we're on a different contract. So we won't see quite as accurate as information as we get further back. July 26th was the last one after that. Okay, so this is July 26th. You can kind of see how on July 26th, we had a massive run lower in the morning. As we get closer to 2 o'clock, we see an initial move up. We ended up higher. We end up going even higher than that. And then at 2:30, we ended up giving up the ghost there. Let me see if I can find it on a lower time frame. Does this have enough data? 1,000, yeah, sure. Let's take a look at that one. July. Oops, that was a little bit too far. So July 26 is what we're looking for here. So July 26th, right? What happened at FOMC? Well, this was a trickier one, right? We had initial move up for the first 30 minutes. We had this massive move up, right? Then come 45, we started to see inklings of moving back down. What does it aim for? Short-term lows down here. Now, once it hits that, it completely reverses towards the end of the day. So you need to be prepared for that. It doesn't go all one direction all the time. The one before that, June 14th. Okay, so June 14th here. This is our FOMC day. Here's our first initial movement lower. And actually, this isn't a good example because this is an example of one where at 2 o'clock, we went down and we kind of just continued going down. So it's not always true that the 2:30 or 2:45 p.m. run is going to take us there. It generally is a two-stage move, yes, but this one was not one that you wanted to try to fade. I mean, when we headed lower by 4:30, we headed lower. You could have potentially gotten a bit of movement from this low of 16,110 to this high of 16,137. You still would have made a decent chunk of change, but most traders are thinking that it completely reverses and heads in the opposite direction. Not always the case, right? So that's something we need to keep in mind. There have been instances of this where it hasn't followed. But let's take a look at May 3rd next. May 3rd. All right, so May 3rd. FOMC 2 o'clock hits. Generally, we see price head higher. We see some movement lower and then some spikes higher. If we look for turtle soups above the year, we can kind of solidify a position as we headed lower for the rest of the afternoon. And these are pretty large movements. I mean, you can see before we opened here around 13,803. So this spikes up to almost 900 and down to 740 before it heads all the way down to like 620-ish. So there's a lot of room for this to move. And it's not guaranteed it will be a two-stage delivery, but in historic senses, it has been a two-stage delivery. So you probably would be able to have a little bit of success, take profits, and then leave runners. That's the goal, right? So hopefully that was helpful, looking back at how previous FOMCs have traded. Hopefully that helped arm you with a little bit more information, and hopefully that was valuable. Let me take care of something real quick here. Okay. Apply all. Sorry, I need to set this up and send this out real quick. I'm okay with not paying attention to price action right this moment because there is nothing happening. And that is what it is. Nothing too crazy occurring right this moment, so we wait. And we give it some time until 2:30, where we will definitely end up seeing some movement. And we continue to see little spike downs there. Okay. Okay. All right. Anyone want to look at anything while we're waiting here? Anyone have any questions? Ah, I see ICT uploaded a video about a reversal. And I know his targets wouldn't have gotten hit because I see how price has traded. And he should be stopped out. Yep. So he had the same. Okay, so looking at ICT's execution here, we can kind of play along on the 1 minute chart below us, right? So we know that this area, with the power of hindsight, we know that this area has obviously, we were off sides. And that this plays up, once it heads down here, this plays upwards. And I believe take a look at this. So it looks like he'll get stopped out on balance here. So I'm curious to see if he ends up reversing and taking this. I need to get better at this type of statement here. I think this is what Raptial is mentioning. I need to get better at kind of like documenting it like that. I wish it was easier to do that in NinjaTrader. It's just a pain in the butt sometimes. So it looks like he took a swing projection up high. He entered reversal here, and he's going to take this to 16,331, the first area of liquidity. 16,331. Remember, we got rejected. Actually, no, that wasn't the when we got rejected. We were aiming for something a little higher, and we failed to achieve that. So this is trading. His trade was before New York Open, which we were looking for. We were looking for those trades at New York Open, and those happened exactly how we were expecting it to. So he has about 30 full contracts on right now, as we see price reach this 16,331 point, and he's going to get stopped out on balance. Again, he should be, at least. Let me see what time it is for them. Almost 9 o'clock, so he's right about here. Let me see where he's at. 1629. So he'll probably hit the 1631 macro, 850 to 910. Yep. So that's around here. So he should hit the high of 1635, but it won't. But he won't be able to get out of his whole trade. He'll be able to get out of some of it, but 5 contracts at 16,634. He'll be out of 5 there probably. And the rest, he should be stopped out on balance as this retraces lower. Oops, this one has ads apparently. So we should see him get stopped out on balance as this heads lower before we enter the new time of day. So we can see that price. It looks like he sold to there, outlining the macro here. He gets rid of 15 there because he sees that price traded down to this order block, but has failed a couple of these as well, so he de-risked there. And we should see him stop down on balance in a moment here. There we go. It's marking that sell side liquidity that we see currently down below. I don't know if he takes any other trades. Let me see here. It does look like he takes another trade. He takes that to the downside actually before market opens. So I'll be interested to see what type of material here is going on. So inversion fair value gap, he notes that on the 1 minute time frame here. Bearish order block as well. He sells 6 into that. And he starts to hit this low. Should be about 20 or so handles. So 16,627. Let's see where he exits. It goes all the way down to 07 at some point. But it looks like he added. Let me go back to see. Where did he add? Right there, he added some more when it came back up to it. So 10 full contracts. He's setting a couple of initial profit taking at short-term lows on the 1 minute time frame. So two contracts taken there. And he's setting a couple more over at key lows beneath us. So price does end up taking those out. As you can see here, we can see all those get taken out. And of course, he gets stopped out on balance as price heads upwards for the open. So it's good, really, really interesting to see there. We're not quite there to read to tape as closely as well as they do. And we want to go back to seeing price action. So we are creeping lower. We see that we've taken some of these relative equal lows down here now. So this all supports our thesis of us potentially heading lower to in preparation for FOMC. Now, ideally, because we took these sell stops there, we should start to see either one, we go back up and then consolidate for the rest of the next couple of hours, or perhaps it's going to do a slow bleed all the way back down here to this buy side imbalance and give us enough room to head down there. So far, it looks like it has taken buy side first. Now it took sell side. We'll see if it continues or not. Let's see, Raptiel, since your bias is bullish and you want to see 16,693, I would want to see a fake lows now going back into the range when FOMC starts. I would want to see spike lower and reverse at 1430. Yes, that would make sense. Raptiel, are you a ICT trader as well? We just took sell side, so it makes sense to head back into this internal range here. We'll see if we can hit the midpoint again. Let's head back up there and then have a nice little range for the next couple of hours. Okay, that is it here. Oh, wait. Missed one thing. Good to go there. What happens to oil? It has gone up still. Oh, I missed a trade there. Okay, oil has come down a bit. It has now reached a old week opening gap. Reptile, definitely awesome. I love meeting other ICT traders. That's dope. Okay, so we reached the midpoint of the Asia range, and this kind of solidifies, at least for the time being, it solidifies buying below that midnight AM open. Let me see, what is this projection down here? I think that it's a little bit too low. I think that one thing to watch out for is this mitigation block here at 16,546.75. Oops, that's not on every chart. Let's make that into a mitigation block there. So I'm looking at this and I'm seeking this previous day's high, well, previous day's short-term high. I'm wondering if we head down to there as a potential mitigation block. I definitely would prefer it to head down into here because that would make, let's see what's a discount right now from swing high to swing low. Let's use the bodies first. 50% mark would put us at, this actually would put us at optimal trade entry if we use the bodies. If we use the wicks, again, this would put us right around optimal trade entry. This mitigation block would not be referred to because it's too high of a premium. So I think that we will head down into this discount area to that buy side imbalance for FOMC. I mean, it's a little bit of a run though. 500, no, not too bad, about 100 points. Yeah, that's definitely feasible. Let's see, pinpoint the liquidity you think will get tapped on lunch hour. So there's no fair value gaps on the 15-minute. There is a bearish order block we're heading into right now, but I do see these relative equal highs on the 5-minute, and I see these kind of relative equal highs there with a sell side imbalance, a SIBI here. I don't know if it's going to head up that way, though, because it is lunch hour before FOMC. So I don't know if that's actually going to get hit, though. I know typically during lunch hour, there's a run on stops. Closest one I see would be this relative equal high here, 16,615, roughly. I don't know. What do you see, Raptiel? Need to check my phone real quick. Charged yet? All right, it's charged. Nice. Okay. Let me check. Look here. I think 11:31, 1 minute high. Okay, so this area here. Okay. Yeah, those are the same ones. That relative equal high up there. Yeah. Just because I've seen previous, just having seen other FOMCs, I could definitely see that it has stayed within the whatever range, whatever consolidation it stayed at within Asia and London. It pretty much sticks right around that open. And now technically opening price is a little bit lower. It's at the lower end of this range, but this area, new day opening gap, I think is typically it sticks around that area, but I haven't paid close enough attention to if it actually runs on stops on FOMC days. So I'll be observing that today and see. Sater, bring VWAP into the chart, volume weighted average price, micro NASDAQ, respects VWAP aggressively. That's good. I don't choose to use VWAP, but a lot of people do. A couple of my best buds who trade institutionally, or at least at hedgies, they also use VWAP. So if that works for you, then that works for you. I need to keep the charts as clean as I can. There's already enough with key levels that it makes it difficult to see. One thing to note is that we've come down into this real-time hour gap into the 50% mark, and then we've balanced back up. So in the real-time hour chart, we still have room left to head downwards. So, and one thing to note as well, 15,546 to be down here. Yeah, there's that mitigation block down below. So we can still trade further down. We have a liquidity void on the real-time hour chart that we haven't filled yet. There's some more like way further down south, but we're not there, obviously. So I think that we can definitely head lower for sure. this would be a indication or draw on liquidity that we might head lower first. And that would play very well with a run lower for FOMC too. So the real-time hour chart, I am noting that this close of 16,577, so 30 points down from where we're at right now, could be a potential key area of liquidity to aim for. Let's see. See what we got here. So prices inching upwards. Give us a little bit more room to see things here. It does look like it's heading up towards that area. Looks like a market maker buy model on the 1 minute. Maybe a small one. This was for sure a consolidation, accumulation, distribution, back down to original consolidation, then head lower. There's just so much. There's so much here from Asia, London. There's just so much where it's at right now. I mean, it's just there's no reason for it to go higher or lower. It's just already there, you know? It's already in the range that it should be before FOMC. Oh, I see what you mean. The really small one there. Yeah. Yeah. Kind of small accumulation there. Tiny accumulation there, a little bit there, and then reversal. Okay. see what else we got going on. All right. So it is ranging now as expected. Now would be a good time to go eat lunch. If you haven't eaten lunch yet, text the wife and see when she's getting lunch. Okay. Okay. See what we have here. And we have, I'm going to take a look at some of these other charts here. Treasury notes are up. Yields are curling down. Oil is still reaching key areas of downside accumulation now. Can't really tell what oil wants to do right at this point. It's still trending downwards, but it's at like some key levels here, so it can certainly head lower. S&P hasn't really done much, and S&P pretty much has reached up into a volume imbalance on the daily. And is currently outside of that volume imbalance range. And let's take a look a little bit closer here. Yeah, S&P's day has kind of just been a little twiddle on the top of that volume imbalance. So that being said, we would need price to close through the bottom of that volume imbalance, and we would like to see if it continues to bullish, then it should treat that as a inversion fair value gap. If S&P, let me show you what I'm looking at right now on S&P. On S&P, we were attracted to this volume imbalance up here on the March contract. There hasn't been really much else today. It's been a pretty light, very less movement kind of a day. Can it head towards these highs? Yes, absolutely. But I need to see something here. I think all these levels are jacked up now because we switched contracts. Daily SIBI low, where would this be? Up here, yeah. We need to do a wipe on S&P as well. So we're gonna remove everything. Okay, cool. So free open chart on E-mini. We'll chart that another time. Anas, hey, hello. Can I share with I losing trade that I did this morning, silver bullet between 10 a.m. and 11 a.m. 5-minute NASDAQ? Yeah, sure. Feel free to share. I think today was a really tough one though. So don't if you had a losing trade on that one, then you know, I think there was one here that could have been taken for maybe 20 to 30 points there. There was a fair value gap which formed here. And it could have also been referring to this fair value gap here, which could have led to about 10 points, 15 points before it reversed. But I don't know how people would have been able to do that. I mean, would have been a really tricky one to play at. It will help you, won't clutter your chart, I promise. That's okay, Seder. I'll let you have that VWAP, and you know, you'll have that edge yourself. I mean, can I share it with you? Like, I want to hear your opinion if I did a mistake. Yeah, but I did aim the high. Yeah, sure. If you want to, I mean, I'll probably end up seeing a little bit more. I don't know if you can send pictures on Twitter, but if you send me a DM, I'll respond to it on Twitter if that works easier. But or if you want to show the levels and the times, if you're gonna drop that in the chat, then feel free to do that as well. Maybe drop the candle time and which silver bullet you took. If you took the 10-10 one, or if you waited for price to reach up to this one to take the 945 referral. Yeah, let me know which ones you took, and then we can talk about it further. Let's see what we got here. Getting some pets. Okay, let's see. I did take the FVG bullish one. I did aim for the old high. As you can see, it didn't hit. Yep, this high did not hit. Yep, I see that. So the FVG that Anas is referring to is this one here. This silver bullet right there on the 5-minute chart. Aim for the whole high. I didn't take my profit. It reversed. I did take that first one. So you took this one that I'm outlining right now. The one at 10-10. That continued upwards and upwards here. So one thing to consider with silver bullet trades, ICT silver bullet trades typically react to roughly five points in S&P. So that's 5 times 1250 times 4. So that's like $250, right? So if you divide that by 4 divided by 5, that would equate to roughly 12.5 handles of NASDAQ. So does this trade, let's assume you entered on the low of this candle, 16,620. Does this trade up to 16,632.50? Yes, it does. So that is all ICT is mentioning is the silver bullet trades. There's enough for either 5 handles on S&P or there's 12.5 handles on NASDAQ. And it does. So that is one model. is looking for this fair value gap, finding price, heading back up to it, taking that for 12.5 handles, and that's it. It doesn't have to go to this terminus here. It actually reversed at a rejection block that you can see here. So hopefully that helps explain the ICT silver bullet model. It's not one that gets you in for a prolonged move, but it is one that provides so 12.5 handles, that's 12.5 points, right? So take 12, multiply that by 4, and then add 2 more to that. That's 50 ticks, right? 50 ticks on NASDAQ. Yep, Rop tail gotcha. So if you create an indicator or sorry, a bracket order which gets you in and sets a take profit at 12.5 handles, you would have hit that, right? Yep. Anytime on us. There's a lot of people that make a ton of money off of just that trade. Okay, so we are heading lower. Let's see if we candle close below these lows or if we just kind of just ping pong between these levels here. And let me see. See who else is here. Let's see. Anas says, the problem is I did see that on the chart normally the silver bullet aims highs or lows. It did a lot of the time. I don't feel comfortable to just trade 50 ticks every time. Like, you can't let your wins run. True. Well, kind of take it, maybe reframe that in that if you had taken profit at 12.5 handles, you would have had 50 ticks of profit and not gotten reversed on, right? So it's a matter of, and maybe what you can do is you can trade 2 contracts. You can set a limit order for one at 12.5 contracts and let the other one a higher limit order. You can do that so that you get a little bit of profit, and then once it heads above that 12.5 handles, you can move up your stop. So that might be something that would help you and us stay in the trade longer, but also take some profit. You see me do that all the time where I set a higher profit target, take profit target, and then I set some lower sells whenever I need to take some profit at lower hanging fruit. Because partials do pay after all. Okay. Let's see what else we have here. Okay, let's close that, Yeah, absolutely. I wish I would have taken that silver bullet trade. I was too fixated on some of the poor entries that I took in the morning and some of the missed stopped out entries that would have gone very nicely long. Quite sad that that initial 75% level take profit. I'm really sad that that one missed. That would have been a really nice one. Sadly, it stopped at 16657.25, not 16658, like I had anticipated. But you live and learn. For those that are new here, I do see there's a few new subscribers, so thank you very much for subscribing. And those watching, I typically use YouTube and Twitter. I'll typically post. I'm always on at 9:30 p.m. Eastern to prep for the next day as best you can, since you don't know what London and Asia has happened yet. And then, so we talk through what happened that day at 9:30 p.m. and then Sundays at 9:30 p.m. we will go through a weekly prep. Where do we see key draws and liquidity? So if you want to join, we'll be online during that time. I am available at Johnny Lee Lin on Twitter. I think this has everything here. If I go to like YouTube and I search up myself, this has all my links. I use Twitter and YouTube the most. I seldom use these others. I really don't do much on any of these anymore. I just link them there to link them there. And obviously the link to my Apex, I go trade via Apex. So that's all here. And yeah, if you want to connect with me, just DM me on Twitter. I'm usually pretty good about responding to those, or drop a chat on any one of these videos. I'll see that generally. That's how you can get in contact with me. I don't have a Discord. I don't want to create one just yet. I'm not ready. I want to be able to teach everyone well and guide everyone well. And being only 1 year and a month or two into studying ICT, I don't feel like I feel like I'm still a novice in terms of inner circle trader stuff, in terms of discipline, things of that nature. I definitely want to grow and become more successful before I even think about taking on any mentees even. So, no mentorships yet. Not saying never, but I'd rather figure out trading consistently first and then be able to take on some people, because I love helping people in general, but to help people, you need to be good at your craft. And I'm not consistent enough to get there yet, but I'm getting there. So just takes time and experience and practice, and then we'll get there. So we'll probably take lunch, maybe at like 1 o'clock, and then I'll be back for the 2 o'clock FOMC. I would be surprised if anything major happens before then. Very, very surprised. Nothing is happening on this oil trade either. Very spotty. Give me 1 second. Let me go to a different screen. All right, I'm gonna be back heading off to lunch, so I'll be back in a little bit, okay? Talk soon, all. All right, we are back. Let's take a look and see what's going on here. We are going to be taking a look at, see which one is this? There we go. Okay, so we traded down to what level is that? That is our real-time opening gap. So kind of see how those liquidity voids can be filled up. Right now, we need to trade up a bit. What's going on here? Hello, cat. Hello, hello. Good to see you again. We have a cat in the backyard. Oh, sorry about that. Muted. Thanks. So, so now we've traded through this real-time hour opening range low. Remember, I brought this up. We traded down through this liquidity void and are back up to where the day opened. So if you go back and look at 8 p.m. on the prior day, this is where we opened. And it's at the low of the Asian range, which you see highlighted in pink there. So here you have the ability now to see that, hey, this whole range here, when we opened and where we closed, we have had sell side delivery all the way through. I mean, we're talking candle close delivery all the way through. We have not had buy side, so I would anticipate an initial spike up. And then we treat this, whatever happens, whichever direction this ends up going out of, we can treat this as a balanced price range. If we head above it, it's now a balanced price range. If we head below it, it is now, well, assuming this trades up and candle closes above there, that's going to be key. I don't know if it's going to, but either way, this run up to where we are right now, we're at the new day opening gap. So everything is in equilibrium right now. Everything's in a spot where it is equal to basically where we opened up at, where is it? Where we opened up back here. We closed at 16,596, opened at 16,597. We're literally there. So we need for price to tell us, hey, I am going to go in this direction first, and then 30 minutes, 45 minutes later, I will head higher. Now, from a trading perspective, we are still well above this monthly intermediate term high. We immediately rebalanced off of it before, so from a weekly expansion perspective, I'm still of the impression that we head higher. Now, what could be a discount here? Well, we know that this area right down here, this area we know has a 50% equilibrium mark with a fair value gap beneath it and a bullish order block beneath that as well, within that rather. So if I see price come to the midpoint here and support that, I will take that higher. So I want to see if this real-time hour chart closes though. If this closes the range here, I mean, it only has 3 minutes to do so, so I don't think it's going to happen. But in the event that it does, I mean, I'm ready for it. So far, it has headed up to the midpoint. Heads up to the midpoint here. Keep our eyes peeled here for where we could potentially see movement. I have about a minute and a half left until FOMC, until the Fed begins talking. Or rather, until the statement occurs. So 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock is the Fed funds rate release. Everyone's expecting no rate hike. So what will be kind of crazy is if this just explodes up to the upside, then I will need to reevaluate and see what other retracements could potentially occur. Okay, so we see some movement lower first. Good. Keeping an eye on this right now. 30 seconds until release. About 20 seconds. 10 seconds. Remember, this is delayed. Be careful here. All right, let's start release now. We see price head up first. And we saw price come all the way back down. We're heading up still. So we come into the range that we were heading to. There's the first move. It's still reaching higher. We've reached the daily consequent encroachment so far. So this first move upwards, I guess a second possibility would be that we just continue to rise higher. That could be a possibility as well. I'm going to see if it's slowing down here or if it's just trading down to a lower time frame bullish order block and continuing. Okay, so that was about 600, 650, so about 60 points up so far. So this is the first impulse move. It can and will retrace potentially, but it can also keep running. So late people are trying to get in FOMO. We took out buy stops there. We did not take out absolute buy stops here yet at 16,657. We're close to it though. Still seeing us push. 16,693 would be the next potential level for us to head to. For us to head higher, I would have preferred us to head lower first. But, alas. So it looks like we're starting to slow down a little bit. 202, it's only been 2 minutes, so plenty of room left to come back down into this fair value gap. I want to see if there's any openings or not. Nothing really much opening wise on the Fibonacci perspective. I wouldn't be fooled that this is the only leg up either. But we did take buy stops there. I do see some lows at 16,633. $16,633. I'm watching to see if we end up taking those out or not. So it looks like rate announcements stayed the same. So hence market really taking that news in stride and heading higher. We might be aiming for that daily imbalance soon. But there are a lot of people trying to get in on this FOMOing. Shorts are probably getting squeezed as well. So there's a weird dynamic here. So we're reaching the high of this daily sell side imbalance. And so time, let time do its thing still. Okay. We are seeing price continue upwards for the time being. Nothing here so far. All right, so let some of the market settle down here. This is not so often leave a fair value gap on the way up, trade down to it, and then push higher, because that should be our main objective. Yeah, I agree, Raptiel. Like, that's what I'm thinking is maybe we head down to this area here, because what that looks like now is with that fair value gap, which I've outlined, based on that high, it would put us right at optimal trade entry. So I'm thinking you're right in that aspect. The market's been waiting for something like this, though, for quite some time. I don't know how it will react, if it's going to keep pushing higher or not. Yeah, I mean, there's quite a bit lower. I mean, there's only really one fair value gap. I mean, I see one on a lower time frame here on the 1 second time frame, but there's one on the 5 second time frame down there that didn't get taken. But any bullish order blocks that are traded back down to, we hit the daily level now, so we need to see how price trades here. We do have a weekly order block ahead of us and a weekly premium SIBI high and SIBI low. So target, we've achieved that target. It took FOMC to do so. So our bias was correct. We just needed to wait for the right tone. And so one thing to keep in mind is that it had rebalanced this whole liquidity void. So that should have been the first indication that we were heading higher. So I'll keep that in my notes for later. I wouldn't chase this long yet, though. So we just took out a daily SIBI high. So we've traded up to the high of a higher time frame sell side imbalance. I'm looking to see if we fall below a short-term low now, then I'll look to see if this will serve as a potential reversal, or if it's just going back down to pick up some more orders here. But we are at the high point of a imbalance so far. We need to see displacement to one side or the other in order to take a trade. Okay, so that's good. We're seeing some displacement. Doesn't look like that displacement was enough, though. Price might keep grinding higher. So price could certainly still reach upwards. We saw some minor displacements on the lower time frame, but it's not enough. I think here it's not quite enough yet. Let's see. Let's raise this up here. We need to see displacement below here if we're going to head lower, in my opinion. We do have a sell side imbalance right about where price is at right this moment. But it's not a very big one though. It's a SIBI and a premium here. And on the 1 second, on the 1 minute chart, it's actually down this way, right? On the lower time frame charts, there's one that's a little more refined, roughly around here. Not big enough yet to merit taking short because we still see price keeps getting bought up here. Oops. Oh, come on. Connection, come back. Oh, come on. Come back, come back, come back. So my data's so slow. Why would this? All right, there we go. Come on. All right. So it looks like Phoenix was trying to scalp that. Look for SMT between indices when we see that. That's a good point. So far, there's no SMT on the 15-minute time frame. Could be one on the lower time frame, but nothing yet that I can see. Okay, so achieve that goal. FOMC actually didn't go back down much. Looks like it took out some immediate term, short-term lows right below the Asia low. But other than that, there wasn't really much there that happened. It just continued to skyrocket up. First couple of seconds maybe, but after it took out sell stops, it just continued to rise. As it is now. So we have higher highs that we continue to make. 219. We'll have to see if at 2:30 p.m. do we get a reversal, or do we have a weird FOMC day, which it just continues. Okay. So far, we are continuing upwards. And we would target that 741 target next. If we are to head up there, of course. We would need to see first. Okay, so still have a few minutes. Shorts are getting squeezed. Everyone who's trying to short here is getting squeezed to hell. Is this going to reach for that weekly bearish order block? Kind of looks like it. Oh, shorts keep getting squeezed. All right, we're seeing a little bit of movement south there. Not enough to merit completely downturn, but It is quite a bit of a sell there. All right, we're starting to see tiny bit of movement below. We need to see if this respects the minute bullish order block or not, or if we see us trade below that short-term low. $14.09 balance price range. Yeah, we could certainly see us bounce off of that area, but that was a nice range there. So that balance price range, this buy side imbalance is what he was referring to there. And we pretty much went down to it and bounced off of it. So we need to see if this takes us back up to that bearish order block. I don't know if it'll have enough juice or not, but we'll see. We are nearing 2:30 time frame though, so people will probably start front running the opposite direction run. Unless this is willing to go higher, I suppose. $228. Good call, Reptile. And that was a bullish order block there as well. So core question here is, does that count as movement lower now? Is that enough of a, like, if we break down past this short-term low, that's going to serve as one of the indications that we are headed back lower for the short term, at the very least. We have a new high to a new low, and that's optimal trade entry still. If we go that low, of course. So we would need to see price head below this mark here for us to even think about going low. All right, so we're still seeing support here. But keep in mind, we're closing in on 2:30, so now we should start to see FOMC press conference occur. And if we start to see prices head lower, then that's probably where we'll head down to, is aim for some of these discount arrays to come back to. One thing I'm keeping in mind is that we have technically a low, high, lower, low, and then a break above here. So there's a bullish breaker that we could consider here as a possibility. Actually, this bullish breaker goes the entire way here. Which is lines up with the fair value gap that we have down at the 70% mark as well. So we'll see what happens here. See if it can get past this balanced price range first. Candle 1421.30 on the 30-second chart. Let me duplicate this and go on the 30-second chart. Observe candle 1421.30. So you're saying that are we seeing a market structure shift on that? Is that what you're saying, Raptiel? Looks like a market structure shift to me. Nice 30-second candle drop. I saw that on a 5-second as well. Doesn't look like it's going to be shifting anytime soon here, though. Let's see. It did not make it to those relative equal lows there. Oh, yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah. High, low, higher, high, lower, low. Yeah, I see what you mean. It's still selling off from the SIBI at 1431.30. So far, I mean, but it is supporting still. I mean, on the 5-minute, that's technically support of a bullish order block there. Still. So 233, we still have yet to see evidence of us heading lower and reversing. There hasn't been as much yet today. Does look like it's heading higher to that 16,741 now. Let's see if it breaks this high or not. So it took out buy side there. $16,741 is our next target. And looks like it's busting over that one too. Wow. Is he going to stop here at this weekly order block? Or will we see continuation? People should be trying to sell into this order block here. So that's a weekly key level. We're seeing if we're going to support this or if we're going to drop out at 230. Will this be the reversal point is the key question. We need to see displacement lower if we're going to see this head lower. Okay, we're seeing some sells come in. Haven't seen major displacement yet, so keeping our eyes peeled. But this is a absolute hugely premium level. We have a new swing as well. So need to see if we are going to have our reversal. We would need to see some really big black candles here. Otherwise, it might just continue creeping upwards. definitely battling here a little bit more. But it does look like the buys are still winning out. I'd be surprised if there's just no turnaround whatsoever and it just keeps on rocketing. Lots of surges upwards, but that was a pretty decent sell there. We need to still see if this will handle it or not. Johnny not trading, bro. Just watching it for now. There's nothing to be traded. This has gone up too much. We are looking to see if we get our inverse reaction or if we see this continue upwards because it's a bullish order block. It is at a weekly bearish order block though. That's a key. So that's why I'm hesitant to go long being in this big of a premium. Even though our daily goal already hit, we want to make sure that we're really, really watching out. Wait, hold on. Did I use the wrong one? No, 44 is the one. Okay, good. Okay, so we're seeing a little bit of sell, but nothing that merits anything other than the return to 16745, 16746.50. Okay. Two, 33, 43. So right now we are hovering around that weekly bearish order block. Any buys are likely getting sold into here. We need to look for evidence of true displacement lower before we consider taking a short, and that would be quite difficult in this environment where they've kept rates the same. You know, they know that there's no cuts to the rates coming. But we are at a weekly bearish order block. So that is something that we're keeping in mind there. I, for one, think we can head up into that weekly sell side imbalance. I'm starting to see some consolidation around this area. Let me see if there's anything else on another chart. 4 hour is fine. There's 2 hours left on that chart. Daily. Oops. All right, so price is kind of stalled here a little bit. We're keeping our eyes on how price tracks here. Does it reach down below now for a reversal, or is it meant to only head down to bullish order blocks to continue the week? Because keep in mind, this week's expansion, this is an expansionary week. We completed a market maker buy model on the monthly. FOMC is likely the more rare kind of FOMC where we have 2 pushes up instead of a reversal. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Monthly, there is still a little bit further to go on the monthly. Technically, that intermediate term high at 17,702 is potentially the true end. But yes, the bottom end of this consolidation, we've definitely reached. At this point, I imagine we do creep up. Likely longs are accumulating on any sort of sells that are occurring here. And if this is going to continue, then further accumulation will just continue to squeeze. Shorts will get squeezed. Liquidity will continue to get dried up. I mean, look at that. It's not letting. Johnny, do you have an option on your chart adjust for contract changes? No, NinjaTrader doesn't let you do that. You just have to go to one contract or another. $16,767. Yeah, I think on the previous December contract, that'll be the case. On the most recent March contract, we haven't hit that objective just yet. Monthly level, we still have a bit more to go before we hit the monthly bearish order block on the March contract. But you might be right on the December contract, though. December, if I recall correctly, we would have hit it a little bit earlier. So either here serves as a point of reversal, and we head south, or this is further accumulation to continue the trade. On the March contract, I don't see the same top as on NQ1. Yes, that's true. On TradingView, it's a little bit different. They say they merge the two, but it does a pretty weird job doing it. Oil is sitting in a range. NASDAQ right now not really doing anything. One thing on the daily chart though, S&P and NASDAQ both now show higher highs. Same with the Dow. So everything is in concert. There is no longer time frame, higher time frame SMT divergence. Everything's trading in concert with each other right now. Let's see what we got here. All right, so yep, everything's kind of just stalled out here. That 2:30 p.m. move never really occurred. So this is I agree with Reptile that this might have been one of the rare ones. I mean, typically at 2:45 is we would see a major reversal if we were gonna see one. This one seems like it's just creeping, kind of like consolidating up in this area here, because we do have still above us, we have a weekly SIBI high and weekly SIBI low. I wonder if I can open up a NASDAQ daily chart, but have this be 12. Oh shoot, that's not what I wanted to do. have this be the 1223 NASDAQ. So this is the 1223 NASDAQ. We go on the 1 month time frame. Let's check it out. So on the monthly time frame, same deal. 16,569. Raptial 16,767. Okay, so this is slightly different than the March contract, which is 16,787 high. So I'm not sure what you're talking about. I think we still have objectives to the upside, though. Even on the new contract, because we're on the March contract right now. We're seeing some price get sold into. I don't have any links in the chat. I don't think chat allows people to link anything. Probably for safety reasons, so people don't get phished. Send their secret security stuff out. Okay, so the next draw is that weekly level, that weekly sell-side imbalance. Price should be drawing to that either today or tomorrow. Price here continues to draw down to bullish order blocks. But it is subsiding quite a bit here. Nope, we can't see any links. No links on the chat so far. That's okay. You can always tweet it to me or message to me, tweet it, and might be able to share it out. I don't see anything on chat though. It seems like YouTube prevents it. Let's see. Very intriguing here. I need more info on the chart to take a trade either way, but the indices are starting to turn red one by one. Yeah, that would make sense here. We'd like to see that. Of course, if the market wants to squeeze the shorts, then it can squeeze the shorts as well. And if that's what it wants to do, that's what it's going to do. Lots of shorts just got squeezed there. Let's see. Looks like Algo is taking it up. I'm just looking to see if there's anything further here. Let me take a swing projection here from, let's see, the bullish breaker. So 16,791. So shorts continue to get squeezed. Everybody who's trying to short this move upwards, they're continually getting squeezed out. And so we see price continue. And we still see price continue to rise. And squeeze out all the shorts that got short there. Everyone's getting squeezed. Right now we're in a spool. This is what's called a spooling market. Regardless of whoever is selling here, it doesn't matter. Today is the day funds are getting taken out. Yeah, absolutely. We knew, and we had mentioned on Sunday, that our draw on liquidity was this sell side imbalance. That has not changed at all. That still remains our draw on liquidity. You can certainly take draw, like, has any bullish order block been disrespected here yet? Any one of them? No. Every single one of these has been respected here. So until we see a change in market structure, or market structure shift, a true market structure shift, we will remain on course to the weekly draw on liquidity, especially considering the bullish expansion of the week. Okay. So we can head down to the bullish order block at 16779.25 now. And actually a little bit higher than that technically. Lower time frame has us going right to about just about there. So we'll leave that down there for now. And we know what our next areas of draw are. Okay, 310 now. So a lot of things came into play today. Rates remain unchanged, meaning Fed isn't hiking rates, meaning cost of business is a little bit better. So let's see if any displacement occurs here. We have relative equal lows down here, relative equal lows down here. Bullish order block that we're in right now. Okay, so we're starting to see some movement down to previous bullish order blocks, and we want to see if this is the beginning of a reversal here or otherwise. 1 minute time frame, we do see a little bit of displacement below these relative equal lows, but that could have just been stop taking. And so now we need to see if we're not seeing a strong reaction from there. So I'm thinking that this begins, if we start to see movement lower, I'm thinking that's where we'll begin to see a lot of things in general. We would need to see us reject off of that there and head lower, big candles lower if we're going to do that. But keep in mind, weekly expansion is still to the upside, so any retracement is likely going to get bought up on the institution level. Yeah, it's too risky to take a long right here, and to take a short would be potentially without confirmation would be really detrimental as well. So given we are at 315, a large portion of the move has occurred. We know that in the morning we got chopped up because we were not paying attention to the fact that if we were long, the highest probabilities would be when we were below midnight opening price. So we forgot that. So we're going to incorporate that into the coming days. Thursday, we could see a reversal, high of week. Wednesday certainly could be it as well, but we haven't reached a area on the weekly. We have an area of imbalance on the weekly level that we have yet to test out. So I think that that's where we're going to still draw to. Short is where it's at, Johnny. Yeah, maybe. It's possible. What's this? Uh-oh, what's going on here? Why is this still loading? $7.32 will be the main event for longs or continuation short for traders. Well, we've traded below this short-term low here. If you can see that on the 5-minute, there was a short-term low at 16,746.25 here. So we can make this so this short-term low we just traded below, but we didn't see displacement below that. So we took out sell stops there. I'm wondering if this serves as quick sell stops for us to take this higher even, or if this is gonna take this lower now that we've breached below that short-term low. We need to see displacement lower if we're going to take this lower. Keep in mind, this is a weekly bearish order block here. So if we see displacement lower, we may consider taking this further down. Where could we take this to is the next question, right? We have our swing low, swing high on the hourly. Let's break that out across charts so we can see everything. Well, discount would, equilibrium point would be about 16,690. And that would be roughly where that inversion level from the monthly inversion fair value gap would be as well. Oh, right about here. So we can keep that in mind, that a 50% retracement would lead us below this bearish order block. So that would be kind of tricky because it has to get through this bearish order block first. And if we keep on piling down below these, we could end up at this previous breaker as well. bullish breaker, sorry. And because that's at optimal trade entry. But yeah, I think right now, I think that shorts probably are still okay. We want to keep in mind this is our weekly bearish order block. And if we keep bouncing off of that, then that's, you know, not great, but right now we're holding that weekly bearish order block level quite nicely. Phoenix Trader, my bad. Oh. Yeah, we got down to 732 level. So there is a bullish order block down here on the minute time frame as well. So on the 1 minute, we want to keep our eyes on this buy side imbalance here. As that is one that is nearby, which price couldn't trade down to. And it's at the top of a bullish order block as well. Or rather, it's within a bullish order block as well. That's just above the equilibrium line though, so it could go lower. Keep an eye on this though. We'll look to see if we have any evidence of a lower time frame shift in market structure around that level. Okay. Are we staying here? Are we trading through it? That's the key question we want to know right now. Do you see the breakaway gap at 1510? I do see that, and I see that it traded below these relative equal lows. Unfortunately, there wasn't a fantastic entry on any of the time frames that I saw. Even the lower time frames, there weren't very many entries to get back in on that fair value breakaway gap, which, you know, that's fine. We can make use of bearish order blocks on that case, but yeah, I was thinking that was going to be a regular sell side imbalance, buy side inefficiency. Should be red actually. But breakaway gaps shouldn't be traded too, I suppose. $15.13 bearish order block was the entry. Yeah, I see that. Those would have been the proper entry there, because this instigated a change in market structure right at that big candle there. Yeah, bearish order block right there. So now we've traded through the minute marker here. We won't be using this again, and we immediately rebalanced off of that daily level, that daily SIBI high. So we have now traded back into this daily SIBI high and are in equilibrium, below equilibrium of this swing here. So I'm thinking if we continue to trade down, we'll trade down to this breaker next. But let's see. Let's see if we continue to respect this here. We're seeing some movement higher now. Let's see just how high we can go. So we used that, and now we've traded through that imbalance, used it as a inversion fair value gap. We're starting to see price head back upwards. And where can we aim next is the key question. How far up do we go? We have a 1 minute bearish order block here we could trade up to, potentially. So kind of look how we respected this. If you remember, Raptiel pointed out this inversion fair value gap. We treated it exactly as such, right? We saw movement there, and we were able to capture that movement there. She's looking at the 1436 bear bullish order block. Oh, this one here. 2 minute inversion fair value gap. He's cycling through time frames there. I took that up I scalped that for about 10 handles there. small contracts, just like 1 or 2 contracts tops. So 42. What does 42 look like? 241. Okay. 69. Let's see. We pretty much treated the bullish order block, or sorry, this bullish order block and fair value gap as a immediate rebalance. So we traded up, we traded down, once more through, and then immediately rebalanced off of that. My thoughts are that we are not going to be short, but that we are actually heading long. But see what our 90-minute chart tells us. 60-minute. Raptiel, are you looking for this to turn into a bearish breaker there? Because I don't think we made a lower low. That's what concerns me. That I'm still not short yet. We have broken below a weekly bearish order block, but I'm not certain because look at that. Look at where we traded to. We traded to immediately right at that 50% level, right to that bullish order block, right to that inversion fair value gap. I'm thinking we go higher. $30 minutes left. Oh, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. So maybe we drop there. We drop there. We maybe take. We have a lot of these. Well, let me see what's happening tomorrow. Tomorrow we have 8:30 a.m. unemployment claims, so that's gonna rip through a lot of stuff. That's gonna be a really doozy one. That likely is gonna create the high of the week. I'm guessing. I'm guessing that's gonna create the high of the week. I'm not Raptiel, I'm not sure, to be honest. Manual intervention is here today. Yeah, that's true. So far, I mean, so far we're seeing some sort of movement there, right? That's the range there. Now, this mitigation block's the one to watch, in my opinion. This one right here. Potentially this one up here, but I like this one a little bit better. It's a little bit lower here. So we need to see if we immediately shut down here and call this the day, because this is a weekly. Remember, our weekly order block is right there. It's right here, rather. You get rid of this fib. We don't need it anymore. We've used the optimal trade entry already. So are we seeing immediate response at that mitigation block? Are we seeing immediate sells off of that? No, not really. Now we are. Some mitigation off of that. But not too much though. I mean, what time are we? 3:37. Because the response here is kind of muted, I'm thinking that the algo is going to take this higher. It doesn't seem like it's in a rush to reject here, but I could be wrong. There's a 5-minute sell side imbalance up here that got left open. We could reach for that potentially. 17,673 or 16,763. Sorry. Yeah. If we were to see this act as a true mitigation block, there should be a lot of buyers here who are willing to sell to get out of their positions here. But we're not seeing a massive sell-off here. Everything that gets sold into is just bought into right here, which is strange, but you know, you wouldn't expect there to be any more longs after that one, but institutions could certainly continue to rush this back up before the end of the day. I don't think that they'll reach for this high, but perhaps this high here. That's definitely feasible. So 16,764, we're going to see a buy spool up to that point. And we should see price spool a little bit further there. We got a lot of shorts out there because we had price move into that segment. So we should see some big green candles up to take out that buy side liquidity next. And continue to squeeze our shorts out as expected. So lots of people went short off of that low there. I think that I think that they'll continue to be squeezed throughout this last end of day macro here. Went down to pick up some more, and we should see price start to spool up into that sell side imbalance. Because that is the current draw on liquidity in my mind. Hey, what's up, JP? Because that mitigation block did not go, I'm looking for breakers, I'm looking for liquidity voids next, and if we don't see any of those, then I see fair value gap above us, right? Those are the simple rules that ICT mentions. If you can't see one item, then look for the next item. We'll let this spool. Some people tried to go long there, I'm sure. And we should start to see some big quick candles go through to take out that imbalance. Currently it's being held in this range. We are at 342. So it's at the end of the day. If price needs to get to a destination, it will start to spool quickly to get there, whether it's on the upside or downside. It is consolidating quite a bit here. So I'm thinking it's making people think that this is safe as resistance. And my presumption is that it's going to blow that resistance out, take out that sell side imbalance here. We took sell side out there, and that was a pretty big draw there. So we took out any late longs there just now and completely reversed on them there. So if anybody had risen their stops up too quickly, then they just got taken out right there. So that clears the way. Clears the way for some movement higher there. Because that also got some shorts in as well. So that's two sides to the table there. What time of day is it? 3:44. Last 15 minutes, look for a spool. We are really, really close to that SIBI, so I would be surprised if we didn't go reach up into that SIBI. I will admit, I will be a little bit surprised if we don't reach up there. How's it hanging? Going well, yeah. Had a pretty couple of rough trades earlier, but still had green for the day. And yeah, just reading price action right now as we enter the latter portion of the day. Phoenix, loving the price action. Boom, we need to pass it. Crucial point here. Let's go push. It might not push. It might fall quickly. It's very possible. So it just took out sell stops again. So that's 3 times we've taken out sell stops there. So we should see 345 now. Price still hasn't reached its area of liquidity. And shorts are going short now as well. So we might see it go short. I mean, I could be wrong. I could be on the wrong side of the bias there. But it does feel like it's building a resistance, like a wall here. So I guess let's see how the last 10 minutes goes. I would prefer it spooling up into that 63, 64 level. It could just drop here too. That's very possible because this is forming a bull flag, and generally when you see the creation of retail concepts like this, then it's very possible they just drop it out too. So again, I'm a little biased here. I think that they would be remiss to not trade up to that area of liquidity first. Just because it's hanging right there. There's a short-term high sitting right there. End of day profit taking. Yeah, very possible. Very, very possible. We will see in the last 10 minutes where price needs to go. We will see a very quick spooling given this type of concentrated price action here. And it could be down or up. It doesn't matter, but we're going to see that spool soon. While we do have liquidity beneath us, I think that these last 10 minutes will show us which one we're going to head towards next. If we're too weak, then we'll just drop out, right? We do have that mitigation block that we're now teasing in front of. So they just got some more folks short there. And we still see price supporting at that mitigation block. We did not trade and close below that yet. We are at the last 10 minutes, about 48 seconds till the last 10 seconds here, or 10 minutes. So let's see if we get our spike up to that sell side imbalance or not. It is only on a 5-minute chart, so it might not hit up there. Very, very possible. 15-minute chart has already traded up to where it needs to be, so there's no need for it technically. From a higher or mid time frame perspective, there's no reason for it to trade up there. But from a lower time frame perspective, I would prefer us, if we are expanding to the upside, I would prefer us to maintain that going into the bell. There you go. We got some movement up there. We're 10 till, so we're at end of day market. Spooling should happen now. And if we head lower, then it's very possible we can head lower now. But we're just so close to that imbalance. I mean, it's just sitting there. Like, it's just like, hey, come take me. You know, we took out sell stops there. And looks like we headed south. And it might be heading down. Might be heading down from here now. Last 10 minutes. So it looks like it's heading down. Yeah, could be. Could be. We are beneath the weekly bearish order block now. And that does constitute as displacement, I believe. We have gone to this bullish order block on the 1 minute time frame. And we're seeing if we hold here or not. Doesn't seem like we are. So far, it hasn't broken or closed below. $15.50, $15.60, Judas. Yeah, absolutely. That took out a handful of things to the downside. So if it wants to head up to that sell side imbalance now, it has free will to do so because it took out a lot of the longs which were waiting for that. Yep. You can argue both sides, so it's low probability. I agree. Would be cool to see us spool up higher, though, now that we took out some more sell stops there. But don't know if that's going to happen. As we are at a weekly bearish order block after all. Yeah, what Roptail says, if we can argue for both sides, that equals low probability. I agree. Oh boy, look at that spool, Roptail. I think you might have been right with the 1550 Judas. Because look at that. Look at how price is spooling up towards that. Beautiful move there. Now, does it head up? Does it try to head up, or does it continue downwards from here? It's so close to spooling up into the imbalance up there. So very close. 2-minute balance price range. Where are we at? 355? If it's not spooling now, I mean, I'd be surprised if it spooled all the way in the last 5 minutes. I've seen it happen, but I would kind of be surprised. But there's just so many people who would need to take profit as well, you know? I might be heading up there though. Wait, came down to a lower time frame buy side imbalance there. Come on, man. Give me some of that, Sibby. Give me some of that, Sibby. Give me that nice price spool. Give me all of those green candles that we were waiting for this whole time. JP's out. Enjoy tomorrow as another day. Yeah, absolutely, man. All right, just a little bit further, we should see some big green candles to take out some of those buy-side liquidities and to tag into 16,763. And there we go. Another successful last minute end of day macro trade there. I took that from roughly the weekly bearish order block up to 62. So that's maybe 20, 21 some handles there. Yeah, 43 to 63 exactly. So another successful draw on liquidity. And thank you, team, for being here. Raptiel, definitely. I like that you've studied ICT concepts. Definitely DM me on either Twitter or something. Let's connect. And it was great getting a chance to talk through with another ICT trader today. It was really helpful. Thank you. It was really delightful, actually, getting a chance to talk ICT concepts. I need to go back and look at the macros. I forget which video they're in. I think they are talked about in one of the 2023 modules. I have to go back and check though. So Phoenix Trader, thank you all ICT traders. Happy you stopped by to help with the charts and put in the work to make this an educational live event. Yeah, huge thank you. And Phoenix, appreciate you as well. You're always weaving in and out of there. So great job, man. Killing it. So that is it for today. I think that we are towards the end of New York close. Cannot DM you on Twitter. Don't have a subscribe. Oh, I see. Well, okay. I should be on Instagram too. I'll start checking that a little bit more frequently. Yeah, let me check something because I think I have to head over to a dinner. Yeah, Reptile, just if you DM me on Instagram, maybe I should be able to see that one, maybe. I didn't realize that they prevented DMing on Twitter if you don't have if you don't buy a subscription to Twitter. That kind of sucks. So use just use IG, ooh, look at that. We are heading upwards. So when we were talking about a weekly expansion, this is the kind of bias that we wanted to have, right? We wanted to make sure that we are trading on side. We're looking for setups, kind of like when I had pointed out the combination of this BISI followed by this bullish order block followed by the previous inversion fair value gap. Those are retracements that, and I bet if I put a swing low to swing high here, that's exactly at equilibrium, right? From this low to this high, that's equilibrium right there. So that's optimal trade entry. Tons of confluences there for us to stay with our bias bullish. What happened to my, oh no, where'd it go? Oh, there it is. So we were hopeful for the 16,693. We didn't get that. We got something even higher. And we did mention these buy side targets. So what's left? I think on Thursday, we expand up into this weekly premium, and then Friday we kind of jiggle around there. I don't know what happens after we reach that premium because rates are staying the same. They're not going to be, oh, you don't use Instagram. Okay. Rarely use Twitter right now since ICT left. Yeah, I hear you. Well, that's okay. We'll connect on here. Well, I'll keep an eye out for Raptiel on if you are on Twitter. I'll keep an eye out for that, and then yeah, we'll see you around here too. It's always nice to be able to trade around with ICT traders because you can point out certain things on different time. If I'm not paying attention to certain time frames, or if I'm missing some inversion fair value gaps, those are things that when they form live, sometimes those are worthwhile keeping an eye on. So we traded up into this. Actually, we traded up into this 1 minute sell side imbalance there, and are now gonna probably just chill out there for the rest of the day. And yeah, from there, I think that's about it. Yeah, okay, cool. And we are good there, good there, good there. All right. So if this was interesting, hopefully everyone found some value from trading live, talking through price action, tape reading live, and hopefully you were able to see some things that what we were able to discuss here. Hopefully you're able to see some things. And yeah, I'll leave the stream on for a bit. Raptiel, nice job. See you. Yep. Phoenix, we learn from each other. Yeah, absolutely. So I think that is pretty good of a day. We started the day negative, or started the day with a little bit of a tougher day, but we ended up taking some really nice trades in the morning or in the afternoon. So a couple concepts I'm writing down. I want to keep doing this thing in the top left, which identifies what my daily bias is, and seek out some movement and key levels here. So today's expansion was a very, very nice expansion to the upside, and yeah, I think I learned a lot from today's session, and yeah, Kirk, thanks all. And I think that that's going to be it for today. We might see some price movement in the after hours, but for me, I'm not going to be trading it because keep in mind, any short we take is likely going to get bought up. It's nearing 900. Yeah, it's almost at 900. It'll be more interesting if we get close, anywhere close to 1700 or 17,000. If we go to this weekly Sibi low, we're gonna hit 17,000 easily because there's tons of people with orders at those even numbers. Okay, so those are where we're gonna go next. So definitely taking a look at price. I am certainly looking for indices to continue higher with a potential retracement first. We don't have to go higher. This weekly order block's a pretty powerful one, but we still have Thursday and Friday remaining. So if we are going to be doing a weekly expansion, so let's take a look at the week right now. This is the weekly chart currently. You can see that we've got movement up here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 weeks total green. We need a little bit of retracement at some point, but this week has started here. We went down a little bit. We've expanded upwards. We can still expand a little bit upwards before we have to consolidate a bit. But so far, we've made it out of this consolidation, and we are heading into this portion of the market maker buy model on the weekly chart. So what happens? Well, we likely aim for all-time highs. I mean, that's just it. We hit a weekly level. If we don't stop here at this weekly imbalance, which I think we will, I think that we will head up to this imbalance, and then depending on what we see in the upcoming economy, we could end up heading for all-time highs. We are in election year, so we can certainly see that as a feasible option, right? So sorry, I got a text. Okay, so again, this is a weekly chart here. We have made it outside of this whole range, so we've made it outside of internal range liquidity, and now we are reaching for external range liquidity, which is this imbalance here. Yes, do we have a short-term high up here? Absolutely. We have relative equal highs up here. Does that mean we reach for them one sequentially after another? No. I think we reach for this weekly SIBI, retrace, and then reach for all-time highs. Let's see. Johnny Lee made 75% of the money in the PM. Yeah, PM seems to be my session, apparently. Hopefully you did too. Is that what you were saying, Phoenix? You made 75% of your money in the PM? Raptiel, yes, all-time highs. And now I think what comes next year will be, yeah. Look at, so what this is completing as a market maker buy model. So what Raptiel is saying is next year will be rough. All-time highs, because why? They want to pair the buy stops to large funds. Yes. When large funds are taken off on their position, what do you think we'll head to next? Yep. I agree. I think that there's some pain to be had in the coming year, but I think that a lot of people are going to come in. Do we head to September 2022 lows? Questionable. That would be a huge loss. But I do see this segment of the market maker buy model remaining up here. Raptiel says the last portion of the market maker buy model is very quick. Because why? Because orders cannot be pulled. We will likely not see a retracement from here, but a spike upwards. Interesting. So Raptiel, you're thinking that this happens quicker, kind of like the second stage of a market maker sell model. You think it's going to be a second stage accumulation for the buy model? Straight up? September 2022. Can you see this being the terminus for a market maker sell model on the monthly? Yes. We see this consolidation here. And we also see this consolidation here as well. At least on the bodies, which is where most of the price action is. So yeah, that was a pretty big candle on the weekly or on the monthly. Yep. However, on the weekly, we also see that we see some big spikes down and then consolidation and then market structure shift on a weekly time frame, and that's led to us heading higher now. The second consolidation is start of the buy side. Yeah, I think this consolidation down here was the start of the buy side of the market maker buy side model. Yeah, I know. I know that it's likely going to be the terminus, but I'm also thinking, Rob Teal, that this is an election year. So maybe, yeah, maybe after the election year, maybe in the following year, we start to see some pretty bad news for stocks. But yeah, so it'll be interesting to see. It'll be very interesting to see if we spike through, make all-time highs, maybe head a little bit higher, a little bit into uncharted territory, but at some point it will get sold off into. I think, Rob Teal, we could see this. We could see this 1 month short-term low, this 14,347 first. We could see this as a. We have to see if we displace below this short-term low, really. Oh, right at the election would be ridiculous. That would be insane. November, yeah. That would be really nuts. I can't imagine a president would do that, though. So what that means is, and this is kind of scary to think about, but what that means is that we have potential of Fed printing again, Fed lowering rates, inflation staying high, everything costing more, jobs not, paying anymore, AI disrupting a lot of things, people losing jobs, food costing more. There's so many things that could go wrong next year. Let's see, Roptil says the displacement below that low. Yeah, absolutely. We would like to see a giant candle, kind of like when we get down there, kind of look like that, you know? Just imagine how fast and violent that spike has to be on the monthly. Yeah, absolutely. What does it look like on the weekly? It's kind of like a relative equal low there. Or not relative equal low, rejection block down there on the weekly. What does it look like on the daily? Yeah. Thing is we have so much liquidity that's open. I mean, you can see just at a sheer terms of liquidity, you have this volume imbalance right here. You have this short-term low here. You've got this wide open fair value gap. You've got all of these gaps to the downside. So much just sitting there waiting. So, cool. Okay, so I think I need to check something here. Just see, I think I have a lunch I have to go to. Plug in my work laptop. Or dinner I have to go to. Let's see. Volume imbalances and fair value gaps are not liquidity. Yes, those are imbalances. That's true. Short-term lows are and short-term highs, intermediate-term lows, and intermediate times. I mean, so price either heads towards liquidity or towards an imbalance, right? To rebalance and provide efficient price delivery. So internal range liquidity to external range liquidity generally is the gist. And we've seen that all throughout this rise up. Okay, let me pull this back off of the charts so we can still see what's going on here. Okay, cool. So I think that is it for the day. There's nothing really else that we're going to be trading today. We see we've come back up to that sell side imbalance so far. And it's likely just going to continue to oscillate around that area. So I think we'll end the day there. And from that point onwards, I think we're going to go ahead and close the stream. I have to head off to a dinner, and hopefully you all can also get some good dinner. It was, I'm glad we got to see FOMC together, and yeah, we'll see you again tomorrow, and we'll look to continue trading. We'll see you at 9:30 p.m. tonight for those who are going to be there to prepare for tomorrow. And hopefully it'll be a short one, and we'll catch up with you soon. All right. Well, thank you very much, everybody, for joining today. It was my pleasure. Great getting a chat with you. Take care. Drink some water. Get some rest. Stop looking at charts, and go do something outside of the computer for now. And we'll catch back up at 9:30. So, see you soon, everybody. Have a good evening.